Hello! Hello! How are we? How are we? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's have a look at who is here, because there are several people here. We have Mr. Wigglybot, Aradawa, Fossilbot, Pugmat, Mastercrafter, H. Potter. That's it. Ciao, Wiggly. Ciao, Pugmat. Ciao. Did that come up? It did. Hello, hello. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. Okay, so today we are going to continue working on building our space thing. Mr. Blutencree the Angry has awoken nearby. Mr. Blutencree. Go and see, what's he so angry about, Mr. Blutencree? Nice shoes. Oh, we need to check also the storage. Okay, so there's a couple of things that I decided. Number one, obviously, this is where the space race will take place from. Space race will take place. But in here, this room. So we've got four hardened reactors in here and two basic ones. So what I might do is I might take down the two basics and we'll update them. So we'll power them up to hardened as well. So that way we can make sure. See, like that one's empty. That one's full. That one's full. Those two are empty. So I think if we replace these, we'll do them one at a time. Then we could get a pretty decent little thing going. But maybe we'll do that now. Let's do that now. Because I feel like when we go and do the space stuff, we're going to need more power anyway. The energy so far is stable, but just to try and stay on top of it, I want to upgrade it. See, to get from here to hardened reactor, we don't have that far to go anyway. So I need hardened capacitors. Okay, so how do I make hardened capacitors? There's energized steel and a large capacitor. Why not skip to blazing? Because then I've got to go through the whole process of making all the bits to get me to blazing. Whereas this one, I just got to level up one level. All I have to do is just make the capacitors. Actually, I don't know how many of those I'll need, so I'll just take a thing. And we'll take 4 stacks of these, because that's going to be too many. Okay, so that makes me 2 each time. And I need, how many? 4 for each one? So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. So 36 of those. Oh, of course, the uraninite is all come out already. Okay, so we're going to need 18 uraninite. Now, what I thought of doing for the uraninite... I need 18 of these. What I thought I might do for that is I might... There was more to that thought, I promise. Okay, now this one comes down. Right, same deal. Production or processing method? I can't even remember what I was going to say. But got some unprocessed uraninite here. Let's go and process that. Can't remember. Must have been a lie. Must have been a lie. Alright, put those back away. Now, you, sir. We need to make these again. I need 36 of these. Luckily, we have enough to do that. And then upgrade that. $36 of those. So now those can go away. We can go and put this back in here. But yeah, I thought I might put a an elevator in this room. That's what it was. Elevator. Okay, turn that on and put the power in. Hey, jeez. Who did that? JD. JDY. Okay, so these now should be producing more than enough power to keep us afloat. So we are still using 8,000. But yeah, we're inputting at least 8,000, and then there's more plugs that aren't doing anything at the moment. So that, I would say, we're in a decent position to continue moving forwards with power production. That's probably not the best spot to put an elevator. Yeah, so it should be. See, they're generating 2.3k FE a tick. So, this one here should be. Oh, it's got no fluid in it. Why has that got no fluid in it? Okay, hang on. Okay, this is a good spot. Elevator, elevator. There we go. Yeah, so the max output is 10k. We also have all of these down here, which are passively generating power. So, so you can see there that they're generating, like the most that they'll generate is 2,500 FE a tick. This one's currently generating 750 because it's not getting any fluid in it. But the most that you can extract from it is 10,000. So why is it not getting fluid though?
Trivia!
Oh, already. Aradar coming in early with a trivia question. Okay, so now it's got water in it. So that should mean that the generation factor will go up, or the generation amount will go up. Excuse me. But, trivia time. Where would you find a landform called a K? K is spelled C-A-Y. Where would you find a landform called a K? Hi, Manpreet. Having the same thing as the other day, where you can only do anything with channel points, claim or redeem via mobile. There's a few weird things happening with Twitch. Like the fact that I can't go. Sometimes if I go on a raid, right, I end up in the other channel, but nothing's happening. Like I can't access the chat or anything like that. No, I can access the chat and everything, but the video doesn't load, so I have to refresh the page. Yeah, that's what's been happening. I have to refresh the page so that I can actually take part in the thing. And that's only just one of the weird things. People have been getting this message coming up saying NAN stream or something, blah blah, has contributed X amount of thing to. Oh, that was an accident. Whoops. when you raid out that you just get the stream you're watching has ended. Yeah, so that's there seems to be a lot of people getting left behind after raids. Like I've noticed sometimes, you know, there'll be, let's say, just as a round number, there'll be like 100 people watching. And then when I go to do a raid, only like 60 people end up in the raid. Happening all over. As far as I can tell, yeah. As far as I can tell. Tomatillo. Tobacco. Right, okay, so this is where we're going to build. So what we'll do... I'm going to put that mob imprisonment tool away. What we're going to do here then is we're going to find a block to build... Excuse me. Oh, that was your trivia answer. Regarding K, all I can think of is the Florida Keys. Well, it's not a bad start. If you wanted to use the Florida Keys as part of your answer, I will tell you, it's not a bad place to start from. Wish they announced issues. I think because this is only a guess, right? But because quite often they are doing things that are like experimental, it makes it a bit difficult for them to pin it down because a lot of people won't be seeing it. You know, if they come out and they say, look, we're having an issue with this thing. Are they sandbar islands? They are a sandy island on a coral reef. A sandy island on a coral reef. So Florida Keys, yeah. It does say K, C-A-Y. So I'm gonna say close. I mean, it's not close, is it? It's correct. But yeah, so they're having issues with things, and they can't really sort of come out and say, hey, you might be having an issue with this because a lot of people aren't even seeing this. These ancient stones are quite nice. Where did we get ancient stone from? Oh, from the other. Yeah, I remember. I'm also just making that up, Matt. I have no idea. Totally making it up. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's heaps more. Yeah, who knows what they're thinking, yeah. I mean, that's like you were saying, you know, like if there was a bit more communication from them, then we would know when things like that came up and what they were. And instead of being puzzled and like, what is going on with this thing, you would just know because they had announced it. Oh, look, we're going to try this. Some people may experience problem X. Alright, so this is going to be my launch pad. Maybe. We're going to attempt to make that our launch pad. I still haven't figured out how to access the super wireless grid from my inventory, so I'm just going to hold on to it. Putting them in there. Can I say wombo combo? No. Thanks for playing. Oxygen distributor. I need an oxygen loader for that. Gonna name it the McQuack pad, am I? Can we get reason why we removed the hosting? To be honest, also in the PC, I did notice that they announced removing friends list on Twitch, which is understandable. Okay, so the hosting thing, Pug, was because they said people don't use it. The McQuack pad. What's the McQuack pad? That's the second person to notice it. Having the same joke in mind. I don't know what the McQuack pad is. DuckTales. Oh, okay. I mean, well, we could take care of that. Let's take care of that quickly now, shall we? Quack pad. Is it cute? Quack? Bridge's private pilot was named Launchpad McQuack. There you go, Launchpad McQuack. Right, okay, so the oxygen load hath been made. Wiggly McQuack. But yeah, so hosting. The reason that they said at the time was because hosting was a feature that they were not using. Right, people were not using the hosting feature. What they tended to do more often than using hosting is they would instead use raids. So they said there didn't seem to be that much point to having hosting and raids when people tended to use raids instead. So they just said, let's just remove hosting. Also, the friends list thing, they've decided to remove the friends list thing because people don't really use that for chatting. You know, like it gets used occasionally, but not often enough. People tend to use outside sources for chatting, like Discord. So they said this doesn't seem to be any point in running them both. So there you go. That's the reasoning behind those two things. Okay, so the oxygen loader we made, but now I need to use an oxygen loader to make an oxygen distributor. But I don't know if I need both of them. Distributes oxygen into the air. Oxygen loader. Converts water into oxygen to transfer into a tank or spacesuit. So I think I need two of these. I'm going to leave that there for now. We need a flux point. And I guess we need a sink as well. Right, that's full already. So let's make a sink. And we need pipe. Oh, not. I only need two. Then we need our wrench. Click. Wrench. Oh, whoops. Okay, so that now should be making oxygen. And it is. Alright, step 1 complete. If we're going to make this a launch pad, though, we need like a big steel thing into the sky. So what steel do we have? Yeah, there you go. Steel scaffolding. What's Wombo Combo from? I know I've heard that before. Oh, jeez. A TJD again. 2 from 2 today. It's a round table pizza variety. Wombo Combo. No, I've heard it as a thing before. Time to light up the launch pad with the power of electricity. Alright, that will... Hang on. Apophis Doom coming in with a nuclear explosion. But we survived. We survived. Welcome, welcome Apophis. Thank you for exploding the stream. Used to be a Smash Brothers meme. Well, there you go. Wombo Combo. Wombo Combo indeed. Okay, so we're going to go and make another oxygen distributor, right? So we're going to need to make some plates and stuff for that. So we'll go back over to the building. Probably haven't slept for a few days, so let's take care of that. There you go, sorted. Apparently how I slept yesterday. That's all. Okay, So we are making none of those things. We are making this guy. That means we need all of these things. Oh, we need dash. Where do we get dash from? Raw dash. Slate dash. That's a... We normally get that in space, right? Deep slate dash ore. What, sleep? Ain't had that since Monday. Either, buddy. Feel like crap today. Where are we gonna get dash from? Let's have a look at the astroducts. Maybe this will tell us. The first launch. Fuel, oxygen, preparing for launch. Hi, Devon. Devon Ukquaqualuk. Okay, missing even one thing here could make your life tough, or worse, you could be stranded on the moon. In order to return to Earth from the moon, you need 2 basic things. A launch pad and 3 buckets of fuel. Place these items in the inventory of your rocket and ensure you always have them every time you launch the rocket. You should bring multiple full oxygen tanks, plentiful food, soul torches or glowstone. Not normal torches, because they must go out. Weapons and tools. Once you have this, you're ready to launch. Enter the rocket and press space. Okay, so we're way ahead of this. So your first rocket. In order to build a rocket, you must first collect all of the parts. Cone, plates, fins, tanks, and engine. You can then make the rocket in a NASA workbench, a specially designed workbench just for rockets. Okay, so let's do that then. NASA workbench. Okay, so we need a block of steel. Most of the rest of this is easy. Oh, thanks, Kaz. It's like Dash is supposed to only generate on Mars. Okay, that's what I figured. Boops. Yeah, I figured it would be a planet thing. Normally it's a space, a living in space thing. All right, so we got the dash. So I need 2 steel plates. Let's make these over here. So far, our whole create setup is just to do this one thing. That's it. I know we needed redstone. Something like that. No, not like that at all. I need a crafting table, a lever, and 2 redstone torches. Creates purposes to pass the butter. Did you ever see the remix somebody did of that song? Oh, somebody made that into a song? Actually really good. Let me let me try and look it up real quick.
What is my purpose?
Pass the butter.
That's not it. All the matches are BTS butter. I can't find it. It's not a big deal. I feel like I need it in my life. Hold, please. Like, I don't know if I do manage to find this. I don't know if having it playing on the stream will be like a copyright issue. Oh no! Hey, no! Subby!
Got this button to take care of. Keep it up, mate.
It's Sublimiter from Twitch.tv. Thanks, Subby, for 46 months, dude. It seems like forever. Thanks for the sub, my man. Oh, no, I broke the thing again. Those display stands are so sensitive. And Lexi, welcome. Good morning to you. Oh, you missed. Ow. Didn't miss. It's forever in game of time, it's true. How's that flame thing working out for you? Do you like it? Want to make some changes? Oh, what did we get? Oh, loot crate. Vexing Archwood Sapling. Nah. Nah. Dimensional Shard. Meh. Right, we needed a crafting table too. Crafting table. Alright, let's make ourselves a NASA workbench. Ring. You're a NASA workbench. Oh, what? That feels like that should have played a sound. That make a sound. Everything else is making sound. Alright, hang on. We're going to put this down over here. Right there. And then I'm going to go back to looking for Rick and Morty thing that I had. I'm sure I have a copy of this. Apparently I don't have a copy of this. Oh, hang on. Can you hear this? Hang on.
Right like the sit in the bear, pass the butter. Right like the sit in the bear, pass the butter. Right like the sit in the bear, pass the butter. Right like the sit in the bear, pass the butter. Right like the sit in the bear, pass the butter. Right like the sit in the bear, pass the butter. Right like the sit in the bear, pass the butter. Right like the sit in the bear, pass the butter. Right like the sit in the bear, like right like the sit in the bear, like right like the sit in the bear, 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 pass the butter, right like the sit in the bear, pass the butter, right like the sit in the bear, pass the butter, right like the sit in the bear, pass the butter, right like the sit in the bear, pass the butter, right like the sit in the bear, pass the butter, right like the sit in the bear, pass the butter, right like the sit in the bear, pass the butter, right like the sit in the bear.
There you go. Oh, it's 10 megs, so I couldn't even stick it on, I couldn't even stick it up on Discord, it's too big. It's 2 megs too big! 9 launch pads. Alright, so we've done beginning thing. Yeah, but I quite like that, that's a cool remix. Alright, to place your newly created rocket, you must build a launch pad. After the launch pad has been built, place the rocket in the center, so we haven't even made a rocket yet. But I need 5 steel plates and 4 iron plates, so look at it. Okay, let's go and take care of that. 5 steel, 5 iron, 4 iron. I mean, other people may not like that, but I like that. Wait, hang on a second. Let's just check on the plate situation. Still got 17 of these. Well, I can leave them in there. And then iron plates, I think, have EMC, so we don't need to do anything with those. And then we want to make a launch pad. Oh, launch pads don't have EMC, and we need to make that 9 times. Okay, so if we need 8 more, that means we need 40. So I need 28 steel plates. 28, and then iron, we need 4 times 8. That's 32. My buddy Opie was helping me learn how a few different mods work together to eventually do what I want to do. Started off, continue where I left off, learning Britannia, then switched to working on not Britannia stuff. I'm not a fan of Britannia, Lexi. It's not my favorite mod of all time. I know, I know a lot of people really like it and everything, but it's just never been my favorite thing. There you go. There's 9 times launchpad. And we got an add-on range tier 1 with no EMC. So launchpad, let's go and put the launchpad down. I'm flying. Gonna be able to take an enchanted item like a sword and be able to remove the enchantments, leave a mundane sword and book enchanting in its place. Book can then be used to enchant something else. Great for when you can almost completely broken loot. When you can almost completely broken loot from zombies or skellies, loot is now recyclable, so can be repurposed. Yeah, so that depends on if you have a mod available that can do that. But if you do, then yeah, then that's quite cool to be able to have it. All right, fuel. You will not be able to fly. To fly, you will need to fill the rocket with fuel. Oil is found in large amounts spouting over the ocean surface. Collect as much oil as you can, as oil is not renewable, and you need a lot of it to for each rocket launch. Okay, so we're gonna have to get some oil. In that case, I think that I will make a tank. Then I will upgrade the tank, not to a chemical washer, to an advanced tank. So I need 4 of the, hang on. Okay, we need alloy, 4 of these. We need iron, 4 of those. And we need this business, the advanced fluid tank, which we will learn. Then the upgrade for that is reinforced alloy. We're doing that with industrial foregoing, then shoving the books into the Apotheosis library. If you have access to the Apotheosis library, Lexi, that is like a hugely powerful way of getting ahead. Hugely powerful. So look it up. If you've got Apotheosis in the pack that you're playing, if you have access to the library, then I recommend learning how to use it as quickly as you possibly can. Because that thing is, it's elite. Okay, can we go higher? Yeah, we can. Okay, so it's iron and atomic alloy. Put enchanted books into the library, then you can later extract them at the level you want. And you can just search for them. You can search specifically for the enchant that you want too. So like if you specifically want one thing, instead of having to hunt through 100 books, you just type in the search box what you want. And there you go. You can give yourself exactly the enchant that you want. Okay, so tank. Learn all of those. Keep the launch pads on us. Astroducts. Okay, then we put this into bucket mode. And now we have to go and find some lava. Not lava. Oil. Now I know we've seen oil. Just a matter of where. Enchantment module of Apotheosis is wildly popular. Hello, what did we... That looks interesting. We haven't been to that yet. So that, from where we are, that's basically directly that way. Hello, Blues Wolf. Old growth birch forest, eh? Stand still. Didn't even drop it anyway. Went to high school with a guy named Growth Birch Forest. Oh, Growth Birch Forest. How is he now? Okay, that... Is that new to us? I don't know if we've been through one of these. I haven't got to that part in the lesson yet. Still working on building the physical stuff I'll need. Made rubber and turned it into latex. Made an automated system to make it while I'm working on other stuff since this takes a while. Not so good, Cancer. Oh, this is a village. Hey, Goose. Goose, how you been? It's been forever. And Rainforest, so hi to you too. Wow, this is, yeah, we've definitely not been here because we're picking stuff up off the ground. Be really disappointed if I open one of these chests and find a thing in it. Fellows! Digging claws. Here a couple of times a week, just usually look. Oh, okay. That's fine. Of course that's fine. Well, I hope that you are looking after yourself. Everything's going well. Everything that should be going well is going well. Oh, this is the throne room. That where you keep your digging claws? No. A lot of luck if you find digging claws here. Yeah, like this close. They've been a short skip away from me this whole time. What is the watch streak? Okay, so watch streak is not a new thing, right? What's new is that they're announcing it sometimes now. And it's an experimental thing. They're trying to figure out, is it better to do a watch streak that everybody gets to see, or just the streamer? Just the person who has the watch streak and the streamer. But basically, if you watch more than 3 streams in a row, then you get a watch streak notification, which you can share. I believe I actually haven't seen one myself yet, so I'm not in the experiment, I guess. Opened a chest on the tower and got the feral claws. Just the spikes left to complete the set. That's what I've been looking for, right? Because when I first found them, when I was playing, when I did my test run, the spikes, the digging claws were in a waystone tower. Yeah, so if you have a notification, Rainforest, and there's a way to share it, try sharing it. Just see what happens. Might take off the knockback duty. Oh, because he's got slowness 5. I was like, what, why is he not moving? Now you tell me. Why? Because I haven't seen it. I don't even know, like, is it just something that happens automatically, or do you share it? What are the options? I don't know. I haven't seen it. I've only heard other people talking about the fact that they've seen it popping up in their chat and going, what is this? What is this? Why weren't we informed? And the answer to that question is, I don't know. Alright, here we go. Digging claws. No digging claws. Russell, thanks for the milk. And no digging claws, but we have cloud in a bottle again. How about over here? And nope. And nope. Might take these though. Oh, there's another one over there. We went through a period there where it was like really difficult to find a waystone tower at all. And now we find areas where they're like bunched together in clumps like this. And not in there either, and not in there either. Telling you the game hates me. It hates me. Anyway, we're looking for oil. While we're out here looking for oil, if we happen to stumble across some digging claws, that would be great. Options were share with mods and streamer. Don't quite remember if it was with chat or public or what. Okay, so you're probably in the testing group that doesn't have the public share option. Or I'm in the testing group that doesn't have the public share option. I'm not sure how it works, Rainforester. It has not been explained very well. Zorxwaz. Zorxwarez. Now, I know that we will find some oil out in the ocean. Oh, there's some. Nice if this like made some sound, eh? Just to acknowledge that I'm scooping this stuff up. A bit disturbing. First time you've seen it, thank you for the explanation. You're welcome, Rainforester. I wish that I could give you a deeper explanation as to what it was. But at this stage, we're in the same sort of position. Like, that's the first time you've seen it. I haven't seen it. I've heard about it. So I'm aware of it. But that's about as much as I can share. What mod was the window planter box from? Let's have a look. Hang on, I think it was called a flower box. It's a flower box. It's from Supplementaries. Supplementaries is neat, by the way. It adds a bunch of little subtle things that you don't really sort of notice too much. Like swinging lanterns and things like that. Alright, so we got 94 buckets of crude oil. We can store 256, so let's keep looking. We may as well. It's free to look, and this area has not been explored yet. Show me some of it before and I'll elect it. Yeah, it's one of my favorite subtle mods. The other one that I really like, that I bring up here all the time, is one called Effective. Climbing ropes are supplementaries too. I saw there were climbing ropes from 2 mods in this pack. I think Quark is the other one. I can't remember if it's Quark or not. Yeah, Lexi, quite often pack makers don't know about Effective, because I don't see it come up in packs all that often. But it adds some really subtle water effects. And I can show you some of them soon, if you like. Oh, you wrote down that one as well? I'm a good student. Nice. Comfort is a nice little one. Okay, 196. Oh, we have this one right here too. So this might fill up the whole thing. But I like Effective enough that I pretty much put it into every pack. If it isn't in a pack and it's available for that version of Minecraft, then I'm putting it in. There you go. Ultimate fluid tank, 256 millibuckets of oil. So we're going to get that ready to process. But first we're going to grab our digging claws from this tower here. Oh, no, okay. Not even for the right limb. Got excited for a second. I saw a flash of blue. Oh, random waystone on the ground. Yeah, the aqua dashes, which I'm already wearing anyway. Actually, I probably don't need to wear aqua dashes anymore. I could just fly everywhere. Little bit of lava over there. Oh, so just checking, I should be able to access the wireless grid and use it. Yep. That means that that is working. Grab our digging claws over here real quick. Mind. Somebody, I was watching another stream today, and somebody suggested, making a Discord specifically just for CCI. And you can get all of the CCI sort of people together and like pool ideas, or, you know, like we can ask each other directly, how do you do that thing? You know, or how do you do that thing? You know, this is how I do this thing. How do you do it? It's not a bad idea. I don't know who'd do it though, like who would run it. I know who'd be answering most of the questions in there, but I don't know if they would also want to run the thing. Now, iTunes Discord already? Is it? Yeah, like I know Subby would be one of the people that would be answering the most questions, because he seems to know the most about it. We're just cheating your digging claws at this point. I'm starting to feel like I should, Gothartica. It's been so long. It's been so long. And there's just like no sign of them. I think I'm traveling too fast at the moment too. Oh, I can hear the rain. Firecracker Shrubland. I want to find one more tower. At least one more tower. Oh no. Oh, look, it's nature. Here we are. In the savannah. Yeah, we are in the savannah. Oh, and lions and zebras living peacefully in harmony together as it snows in the nearby savannah. Peacefully coexisting. Nature not taking its course at all. Oh, village. You know, we got easy villages in this pack, and I haven't done any easy villager stuff at all. I scooped up a few, but that's the extent of what I've done. I'm near a watering hole after all. It's true. Not going to impact the direction of the pack. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. And while I do agree with you, I am going to at least try one more tower. So we're going to find one more tower, and then we'll try the one more tower. And the Rainbow Beach, how cool. I wish they actually like took up a whole biome though, instead of just like being little bits on the edge of a biome. Baobab. They just allow you to clear dirt and stone by hand. Yeah, at this stage in the pack, with the stuff that I've got, it's not going to make much difference anyway. That's what I was looking for too, the oil here. Deep lukewarm ocean. I went to high school with a guy named Luke Warmotion. Shimon, turning off the rain. There you go. There it clears. Oh, thank you so much. Dude, that's going to make such a difference for people who are watching. Thanks, Shimon. Chicka Shimon. Oh, what do we have here? A Leviathan. Now, there's a chest in the middle of this somewhere. Not there. Over here. Am I misremembering? I could have sworn there was meant to be a chest in there. Never mind. Let's move on. We're trying to get to space here. Time's a wasting. Space isn't always going to be there when you get back. Hold up. Right. Where the ribs meet under the sand. Probably where the digging claws are too. Another horse. Oh, look, with horses underneath it. Not just a clever sign. A Ririkabinki has woken nearby. A Ririkabinki. Oh, it's one of these ones. I haven't been in one of these dungeons in forever. I mean, it'll be the same as all the other dungeons like this, but I just haven't been in that house. I remember once, before I knew what that was, I remember making a base out of one of those once and wondering why I kept getting attacked by monsters. Monsters keep coming up the stairs, and then, oh, it's a dungeon. A big village. This is not a village, is it? This is half of a mine colony's village. What on earth is that? Is that you? Playing that music? I reckon it is. Yep, it was. Okay, remember that thing that I was saying about not being able to find waystone towers before? Happening again. I think we're back at the base. That was yucky. That was awful. Yeah, so we're back at where the base is. I would really love to find another one of these. If I could tell what this building was, then we could search for it again. Does anyone know how to tell what a structure is? Like, how can I tell what this structure is so that I might learn its beauty and find a new one? Because I would love to go in there again. Past, behind, and enter. What does that mean? Oh, hello. An Ender Watcher. What does that do? I don't know what that does. Making a funky sound though. Something here's making a funky sound. They emit a redstone signal when looked upon. Oh, okay, so that's what the cast behind is. If I look that way, then that would have emitted a redstone signal which would have done something over here which I have destroyed. What's making that sound? Oh, my launch pads. It's fine. It sounds like it's above us, right? Or at least it sounds like it's over this way. Wallace the pig thief has awoken nearby. Oh, is it you? It's just you, right? Sorry, didn't mean to ignore you, Mr. Man. Turn on the captions, they would say the direction. I think it's that dude. But the captions will only tell me left and right. Right? And I can tell that by listening through my headphones anyway. Right? Like that sound was to my right. But those ghost dudes have been popping up every now and then for ages, and I don't know what they're trying to tell me. Like when you see a dog comes running up to you whimpering. What is it, boy? And you don't know what the dog wants? You know? It's like that. It's exactly the same. Right, now we did look through one of these village things here before, and there was no extra bits and pieces. This is an actual village over here, so we'll grab the waystone. Croc! Oh man, I'm tired. Come on, Waystone Tower. That's a cool little biome. Could have sworn I saw something under the ground there that looked like a building, but... Hunter's cabin. Okay, so this is new. Hello. Yeah. I'm down. Empty barrel? Oh, a flying fish. I thought that was a plane. Plane to sea. Ah, didn't even see that one. Very observant. I was looking, but it doesn't seem there's a way to name the structure you're currently in. Gonna check the dungeon mods in his pack and see if I can find it that way. Thank you, sir. Oh. Some milk from Apopha's tomb. Thanks for the milk. I think I killed all the hunters in the hunter's cabin. I like this. I think this is cool, right? That's bonded leather in the middle, but it's meant to look like a leg of lamb or something. No, a leg of, like a pork leg. Pork leg? And then, you know, to roast it on the fire, you would turn that. And that would make that turn. But that's not turning. I could have just glued that on. That would have worked. That would have been a cool idea. Never mind. Okay, so we're still looking for one last tower. One last tower. Let's go this way. Hang on, there is this thing. These sometimes have stuff in it. Oh, yeah, we got kitty slippers in that one. But no digging claws. So one more waystone tower, and then we'll go back to base and we'll start working on the rocket and stuff. Now, one thing we don't have to worry about with the rocket is, I know sometimes you can make them and you can put storage in them. Oh, there's a spider hole. But because we have our multi-dimensional refined storage now, we don't need to worry about that. Oh no, what is this? This is new? This is not new. It just looks new, but it isn't new. We've already done that one. How about fuel? Yeah, we've got 256 buckets of crude oil, which we are going to refine into fuel sooner or later. And the way that things are going here, it'll more likely be later. Oxygen is being produced in our oxygen machine. Hey, Lord Zion, enjoy your lurk. We'll have to make oxygen tanks. Thanks for the memories. This is a cool structure, eh? I like it. Black candle holder. Oh, good. Hopefully, Pug. We did go through one of these the other day, and it looks kind of like the house from the Psycho movies. You know, the one that the dude lives in at the top of the hill. I don't remember looking at this building. Oh, now I do. Okay. Yep, we're out of here. And we were going south, so we're going to turn this way. Oh, no, you're good, Pug. You're all good. It's like having a checklist. You know that subby lurk emote? I made it. I made the animation that it does. Where he comes sliding out. There was an alternative version I made where he slides out and then he slides back in again. I think it was Q. It took ages. Two basics because I remember the rocket mod, but this is different or improved. Yeah, so I think it's basically the same thing, Pug, but it's got a different name now. It's called Ad Astral, and I'm pretty sure before it was called something else. I don't remember it being called Ad Astral before the movie came out. You know, Ad Astra. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Oh, that's cool too. Look at that. Neat. It's just a normal village. I see chests and stuff in here. Some people are very talented at building Minecraft stuff. I'm not one of them. Like, I could never build a build like this. Although I do feel like I've been in one of these. Now that I've started opening the chest and stuff. Always sounds so calm and knowledgeable. Oh, here we go. Okay, so this is it. If it's not in here, then we're going home. And it's not in there. And it's not there. Hey, pillager statue. Oh, I just learned all those books. I didn't mean to do that. Never mind. Right. Oh, I was just gonna turn around and grab that thing there. And all right, hang on. Can we get the beat going? Let's get the beat going. Nope. The rhythm of the pickaxe is wrong. Okay, so /home /home. Okay, so we got power going. Got our pillager statue, ancient mine from integrated dungeons, and structures probably. That does sound like it's in the right sort of ballpark. Let me just get out a display stand. We don't have a pillager, do we? Oh, we already have a pillager over here. That's fine. Yeah, that pick is too quick. It broke the beat. Ooh. Oh, candle holders. Learn them. Oh, hang on a second. Maybe. Yeah, there was create stuff in it. That doesn't really work, does it? Nah. They're the wrong thing. Okay, so we need our structure compass then. And, oh, hang on. Gotta let this timer run out. Okay. So. What did you say? Ancient mine. Ancient. It's ancient mines. Yeah, that seems to be the right one. So hopefully, right, if we say this, I want to search for one of these, it should say that there's one 458 blocks away. That's good. Right, it's straight ahead of us, essentially. This looks very promising. 95, 181, 161, 156. Now it's behind us. Okay, so that is it. So it's straight down from here. We need to like do an RTP to somewhere and try and do another one. To prevent needless deletion via EMC, suggest maybe putting all in general storage, then occasionally do the EMC search. Pull out exactly what you want to tend to EMC. That's probably a good idea because I have unintentionally EMC'd a number of things, especially my backpack full of food. Okay, we're gonna RTP. I'll grab a drink quickly. Update time is true. Okay, so there is a structure 9,655 blocks away in that direction. Maybe we just RTP again. Oh, we got 9.5 minutes left before we can RTP. Alright, so we'll /home. And someone remind me later on, in about 10 minutes time, that we want to RTP again. Okay, so the book. Oh, I could have just used that. Impressive one called a Dread Citadel. Oh, there's another ancient mine which is close. 5,357. That's relatively close. Dread Citadel. Oh, maybe. Not Bygone Nether. Was it in that same mod? It looks like it's either not in this pack or it's not called that in the mod. The mods gallery on CurseForge. Yeah, so it might have a different name inside the mod itself. There's a lot of structures in here, though. Eh? Okay. Anyway, we're trying to process the fluid tank. So we need the Astroducts fuel refinery. So we need to make a fuel refinery. So that's steel plates, a furnace, and 2 buckets. Can we make that? Oh no, we're missing the majority of the things. Okay, so we need 2 buckets. We need some steel. We need to stamp them. Like 4 basement levels full of create stuff was called a Tinker's Workshop. Yeah, I'd want that other one though because that one had a crushing wheel in it. And it would be a way for me to get a second crushing wheel without having to build a big create crafting station. But by the amount of time it's taken me to find a second one, I may as well have just built it. Okay. Fuel refinery. Done. You fool, refinery. Okay, so this obviously needs power. And then 2 other things. Okay, so shift click on the rocket. No, after collecting enough oil, at least 6 buckets for a launch and return. Oh, well, okay, so I got maybe too many. You'll need to refine the fuel, the oil into fuel. To do this, you'll need to craft a fuel refinery, power it, place the oil in the left slot, and it will be refined into fuel. Maybe if I take that out of bucket mode. And we do need to put power in there, so let's get energy pipe. Okay, good. That didn't do anything. Good. We can disconnect those, and we can place this back to there. That should now be making fuel. There we go. So fuel is being made. Oxygen is being made. So steps 1 and 2 of that process are done. Oh, we can choose an item. Serious? Flux points. Points or plugs? Using those pipes for the first time today. They're handy, but there used to be other pipes. There was a mod in like 112. Oh, a netherite furnace might be good too. But there was a mod in 112 called Ender.io, and they had much better pipes. Chicken catcher. Thermo generator starter. Enter tank, enter chest. I think I'm gonna do the netherite furnace. Free item of choice. It's the first time too in this whole pack. Alright, so take that out. Then we're gonna say, hey, jeez. Who was that? Platinum. And every time today. Output is down. That goes in there. Okay, so that's ready to do stuff for me. That should cook things really quickly. Do we have anything in here that we can cook really quickly? A raw catfish. That. Super fast. Alright, so we've got fuel, we have oxygen. What's next? Oxygen. At this point, you can launch your rocket, however you will likely die very fast as there is no oxygen on the moon. In order to survive on the moon, you will need an oxygenated spacesuit and an ample oxygen supply. So we need to make a space helmet, a spacesuit, some space pants, some space shoes. Oh, I want a building gadget too. Okay, so space, a space helmet. That needs. Oh, it has to be orange. Space pants, yeah. Space pants. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Ooh. Oh, speaking of Metallica, did you hear their new song? Came out today? Like if darkness had a sun or something like that? Pretty goofy. I don't have orange dye. Sponsored by AARP. Not as far as I know. You make orange dye, red and yellow? Red and yellow, right? May not play outside of the US. I don't know what it is. The American something. The American something. Okay, glass. Right, there's your space helmet. Let's learn that quickly. Old people. American Aged Association of Retired Persons. Oh. I wonder if we have something like that over here. Space pants. We need 2 white wool and some steel. So let's get some wool out. And I put the steel away. No, wait. The steel's probably in here. Yeah, this is the steel. Space pants. Learn them. Okay, then our space shoes. Oh, you can do them in netherite too? That's cool. Alright, so we need 2 of those and 2 more white wools. Nice day for a white wedding. We need wool again. Political lobbying groups common in New Zealand. I mean, we do have them, but they're not like they are in the US. Spacesuit. Okay, so to make this, we need 2 oxygen tanks and oxygen gear. Oxygen tank, we might be able to just make. Okay, 2 of those, and then oxygen gear. We need more iron rod. And association of old people. Oxygen gear. And then the rest of the spacesuit. Just 1 more wool. Nice day to start again. Nice day for a night wedding. Alright, so that means we have now made the spacesuit. Oh, we can choose again. Okay, so this time we will choose the points. Oh, jeez. Snooze!
Stickman almost stickman almost stickman almost stickman almost stickman
Almost
almost
stickman.
stickman almost.
Almost stickman. Almost stickman. Snooze, dude. 43 months of subs. Welcome, raiders. That's a sub, man. It's not a raid. Billy's the same age as my mom. Good old Billy Idol. He once got hired to do a live performance at the... Oh, we need Ostrom, so we can't go netherite spacesuit. He went to go to Australia to do a performance at the NRL Grand Final, and all of the sound gear, something went wrong with the power, and all the sound gear crapped out, and he couldn't perform. So it was just him standing around on stage for like 10 minutes, walking backwards and forwards, and just going, "All right," you know, like trying to keep the crowd pumped up as they worked on the issue, and they never fixed it. And it's probably on YouTube. Okay, so we've got our spacesuit. We can't go to netherite. This is saying to make the compressor. Presses ingots into plates. So I need to make this first. How you doing, Snooze? How's TikTok land? Snooze is becoming very popular on TikTok, or he was. I don't want to jump the gun. Still popular on TikTok? Okay, the compressor is made. Let me learn it. And on TikTok, but you got the YouTube partner status. That's right. It was YouTube. Yeah, he's making progress on YouTube. And I only need 849 new subscribers on my YouTube channel before I can make the next step into maybe possibly being considered for future promotions. Just 849. Could you be the 849 people? The answer is no. Can you believe they made me a partner, suckers? Hey, dude. Here's the thing. Hey, Aeronax, how you doing, man? Snooze. People, right? This is the reason, even that that I got partner on Twitch, for the same reason. For whatever reason, people enjoy watching the stuff that you put out. So you get partnerships from things. So congratulations to you. I think in this space mod, I hope there are some new things like different planets. Pug, I don't think the planets will be different, but I'm with you there. I do hope that there are different things. I hope it's not just the same thing over and over again. But I don't think there'll be different planets. Don't thank me, Snooze. Thank the moon's gravitational pull. Okay, so that's done. Once again, we can choose. So let's choose points again, I guess. Let's go plugs this time. We don't have any plugs left. I'm a special boy. I'm a special boy. Special boy. Alright, T1 rocket. So what do we need for that? We need 6 steel blocks. 4 rocket fins, a steel engine, steel tanks, and a rocket nose cone. So let's start one step at a time. The rocket nose cone. Nose cone. Need a lightning rod. Yeah, it looks the same, Pug. So I think probably, like, see, the workbench looks basically the same too. You know, that looks like the same thing, and it's called a NASA workbench, which is the same name. So I think it's going to be basically the same thing. Okay, so we need to make how many of these to make the T1 rocket? 3? 2 steel tanks. Okay, so we need 2 buckets. But Snooze should throw up a link to his YouTube channel if anybody wants to hang out there and see how things are done in YouTube land. Still seeing a journey. Galacticraft, that was it. Yeah, it was Galacticraft. Oh, what? Hang on, Snooze. Right, try again. Appreciate streamers with chill voices but good energy like yourself. I have anxiety and streamers like yourself provide the right vibes I need to feel better. You're welcome, Lexi. I do my part, or I try to do my part. Alright, we need engine frame and engine fan. So let's start on that. Engine frame. Engine fan, okay. And there you go. Snooze fighting. So go hang out with Snooze. He's a Twitch partner. Oh, he's a YouTube partner. Oops. I gave him a promotion. And his content is A-OK. Rocket fins. Okay, so we need to make just 1 set of rocket fins. That'll give us our 4 doohickeys. And then it's just 6 steel, which we're going to have to get from here. T1 rocket. Well, that was loud. Must go to bed, but good to talk to you. Awesome Snooze. Way! Okay, no, that's meant to happen that way. Same as always. See you, Snooze. We'll catch you next time, dude. Look, I'm going to space. Okay, before we do anything, T1 rocket has been made. Let's get another. I think this time we'll go basic battery because that is a quest, I'm pretty sure. Power. Oh, it's a starter battery. Okay, mind. They did. The rocket looks a bit more fancy, but it's still basically the same. Be warned. He's awesome. He's a good human. I'm a strong boy. Hey, Taliono. Look, I'm so strong, I'm waving it around on my head. Yeah, basically Galacticraft. But it's obviously, it's been changed, so it's Ad Astral now. Snooze, you're all good. You're all good, Snooze. Okay, so that battery is filling up. Can I learn the battery? I can, so we don't need to worry about that. Yeah, so I have a funny feeling that probably what happened is Galacticraft got stopped and somebody else came and took it over. And now this is what we have, is this. Probably. Purely speculation, though. Oh, wow, I've got a lot of cobblestone in here. I might upgrade this. But thank you, guys. Thank you for the compliment. I try to make it a fun environment here. Oh, you know what we should do? We went to the Twilight Forest. We got 320 Aurora blocks. Maybe we could do something pretty with this. It's quite possible this won't look good. I do like Gothardica how the blocks change color. Like it's the same block I'm placing down everywhere, but it's like changing color in a gradient. One thing I've always liked about this particular block. Oh, they got disconnected. How? Ah, because the thing broke them. Okay, that's fixable. Yeah, I like the way that they change in a gradient. What we might do, this axe, not an axe. This shovel is the wrong thing. Oh, there is. Hang on. Range gradient, but I like it. Yeah, it's like it'll slowly fade over to green. Like, see, the block in my hand is green. There you go. So now it's turning green. But it's just the one block. These are quite cool. Yeah, these are in the Twilight Forest. It's the Snow Queen. When you fight the Snow Queen, this is what her tower is made out of. Aurora blocks. I'm sometimes quite disappointed with vanilla, you know, when they say like, oh, 1.20 is gonna have sakura trees, cherry blossoms. Like, yeah. That's been in modded for generations, man. Actually don't mind that. It would look better in purple, yeah. Unfortunately, the gradient doesn't go to purple. But see how it's like it's moving around a little bit? Especially down the bottom here, you can see the shades sort of shifting a bit. How cool is that? It's not so much on the blue. It is on the top blue, but on the green here, you can really see the colors shifting. Quite cool. Following modded ideas a little. Yep, I agree with that. Oh no, the flux point. Need to plug the flux point back in, otherwise no power is getting out. There you go. Okay, so now everything's got power again. Can cover all this stuff back up. And there we go. Gothardica loves purple, by the way. You need a little bit. Put it extra this way. I like the idea that it's sort of stretching out from the thing in like tendrils. I think that looks cool. Oop, that's the wrong thing. See? He has charged. Alright, there we go. So, so that's done. To obtain oxygen, must be extracted from water. An oxygen loader is required to do this. Craft one, then place water in the left tank and watch it convert to oxygen. You must repeat this process many times until you have enough oxygen. Oxygen can be extracted by collecting it in a bucket, spacesuit, or an oxygen tank. After you have enough oxygen, you are moments away from launching your first rocket. Okay, so we've got our spacesuit. Let's go and put some oxygen in it. Okay, that was quicker than expected. UIG cherry trees are way better than the 121s. Yeah. And they've been around for longer, and sometimes I look at what they're doing and go, why are they doing that? Water pump, solar panel, coal generator, steel cable. Okay, so I guess we're close to launching. The moon! Congratulations on reaching the moon. The moon is a barren wasteland, grey and dead, as far as the eye can see. However, underground is where you'll find the next major resource in Ad Astra, Dash. This is used to craft advanced machines, space stations, and the Tier 2 rocket. But this is still just galactic craft. Return back to Earth, open your lander, shift plus right click, and collect the rocket, fuel, and launch pads. To remove the lander, punch it. Set up the launch pad, place the rocket down and fill it up with fuel, press space, and fly back to Earth. Okay. So, in that case, we need to get fuel out of this. And we need to bring our launch pad with us. So we'll take the launch pad. And then we need to get the fuel out. We have to fuel the rocket. You need 2 basic things, a launch pad and 3 buckets of fuel. Okay, so let's get the buckets right. Right, there's our 3 fuel buckets. I'll in the tank. Oh, I could have just taken the tank. Let's go advanced tank, and we'll see if we can just fuel that. Oh, you can. Oh, but only 3 at a time. You need glass, sapling or 12, power and food to survive on the moon, and waystone for fast travel. So I should... I mean, I've got my EMC table, so I can pull most of that out when I get there. Oxygen distributor. Nice if you could just leave that in there, eh? A flux point. Well, I've got my grid, so I can access all of this stuff remotely now, because that'll work across dimension. Let me just check that before we commit to anything. Let me go to a different dimension and just make sure that we can actually access the grid from a different dimension, so that if there is anything that we are missing, that we can be sure that we can get it. Yeah, that's all we needed. So, worst case scenario, we still have access to what we need. I wonder if I should just move these out one from each other. That would make that a bit easier to handle. Ever been stranded on the moon? Not in real life. Trying to get it to like a round number. Right, 43, almost 44. There we go, 44. So we only got 20,000 more to go in there. Jeez, jeez. You fly out there with your dog to get a bunch of cheese? It's top secret. Be 1 billion rich. Yeah, we're not there yet. I need about $1 billion more before I have $1 billion. Oxygen distributor. So this is what we're going to put up on the moon. But we need to fill up this other stuff first. What are we doing with that? Cancel that. What even was that? I don't even know what that screen was. Started renaming something. I don't even know what I was renaming. Use a fluid pipe. I could do that. Just pump the fuel out into another thing. It would still take... I mean, it would automate it a little bit, but it would still take care of a little bit of it. $1 billion away from being a billionaire. That's right. I mean, aren't we all? $56, $59, $60. No, not there. $62, $63, $64. Right, so we got 64 buckets. Put those away. Even had a first trillion person yet? We probably never will, Pug, unless the inflation and stuff goes so badly wrong. You know, like a trillion Zimbabwe dollars or something like that. You get a trillionaire that way, but we're not going to get like a, you know, like the US trillionaire. That's not going to happen. Or at least not in any of our lifetimes. Hard enough getting a company to be $1 trillion company. Right. A tier 1 rocket, that'll get us to space, to the moon. We have to remove those gears and put this gear on. We have to fuel this thing. How do we put the fuel in it? Do I just put them in like in a bucket? Nope. There used to be a fuel thing, right? Like you had to hook the fuel up to it. I'm a quadrillionaire, almost. I have all the zeros, just need the one. Yeah, there used to be like a loader. But the book hasn't said anything about a loader. Let's have another look at the book. Fuel. Need to fill the rocket with fuel. Oil is non-renewable. You need a lot for every launch. After collecting enough oil, you need to turn it into fuel. Place the oil. Hang on. You will need to craft a fuel refinery. Place the fuel in enough for it to be crafted into fuel. Shift click on the rocket to open its inventory. There you go. Oh, I can't put it in like that. Oh, but maybe hang on. Get it out of bucket mode. Whoops. Okay, it specifically wants buckets. Right, we got a waystone ready. We got our wireless card ready that works in different dimensions. We got fuel to get back. We have a launch pad. Let's just double check this once again. Read the book. Preparing to launch. In order to return to Earth, you need 2 basic things, a launch pad, check, and 3 buckets of fuel, check. Place these items in the inventory of your rocket, ensure you always have them every time you launch a rocket. You should bring multiple full oxygen tanks. Oh, we haven't done the oxygen tanks. We'll put those and that. Oh. That just scooped it all up. That's not helpful. Parachute. Ah, stop doing that. Right, put that in there. And the buckets can go in there. Right, so now we need oxygen tanks. Oxygen tanks. They do not have EMC. Okay, so we need to make them with this. You. Okay, well there's 3 of them anyway. Oh, stop it. Alright, so we got oxygen tanks, 3, a bucket, an advanced fluid tank, and a launch pad. And I guess this is it. Enter the rocket and press space. The moon. Do we still have to like press space to slow ourselves down? Moon is barren wasteland, so that doesn't say anything about landing on the moon. The moon. Solar panel, oxygen distributor, the rover, cables, Lunarians, and Mars. Space station is a pre-built structure that's created in the planet selection screen, provided you have the necessary materials. Space stations are always located in a moon or planet's orbit, and provide the ability to place blocks in that orbit dimension. Space stations are designed to be expanded upon, allowing you to build the base of your dreams over a moon/planet. They'll always spawn in whatever position you launched your rocket at, so remember the coordinates to avoid losing the structure. Oh god. Oh god. Let's just go. Right, the countdown had begun. Here we go. Pretty cool. I haven't done this for ages, man. Oh, what? Okay, they didn't spawn in here with me. Justin, thank you for gifting a sub. Perfect timing of that. To oddly augmented. To infinity and back. Alright, solar system. Earth. Provided tier 1 rocket. Can you not go to the moon? Oh, there you go, moon. Quest completed. Warning, warning. Oh, TJD, that's dirty pool, man. Oh, I won though, I won. Did you know? Hang on, we have to slow ourselves down, otherwise we will crash into the moon. Did you know a Danish guy was the oldest Davis Cup tennis player? 49 years. Torben Ulrich. Yeah, his Lars Ulrich, yeah. Lars Ulrich's dad. Because Lars was going to be a tennis player. He was actually quite good at it, apparently. But he instead turned his footwork to heavy metal drumming. Torben's got a big, massive, long beard, like down to the top of his stomach. More flux points. Okay, so we're on the moon. We've got a little bit of gravity left. Let's drop a waypoint where we are. Waypoint, create, rocket. Hang on. Rocket. Tennis and heavy metal drumming, basically the same. True. Okay, so I guess we're looking for one of the boss fights. Oh, hang on, is that Dash? Do I see Dash? Oh, I see Moon Cheese. Quest complete cheese. Jeez, man. Listen, pal. You're making a mistake that you'll regret. One of my favorite quotes is when someone asked James if Lars is the best drummer, and James said he's not even the best drummer in Metallica. Yeah. James is actually a pretty good drummer himself. Seen him play a few times in videos and stuff. And he is pretty good. But Lars is a good drummer. I know a lot of people, you know, give him grief for not being good, but he is a good drummer. He's not the best drummer in the world, but he is a good drummer. The Def Leppard guy? Well, yeah, well, he's doing everything with one arm. Okay, we're looking for Dash. Is that Dash? There's some Dash. Now we know what Dash looks like. It's that orangey one. Get some more Dash. The interior of the moon is full of lava. Oh, you know what we didn't do? We forgot to put a waystone down. Okay, so we've got to get back up. I forgot to put down a waystone so that we know how to get back to here quickly if we happen to forget to leave the rocket behind. Really quickly, we'll grab a few more dashes. Oh, he's going to try and steal my rocket. Get out of here, man. That's mine. Oh, look, it's North America and South America. Waystone. No, no MC. Carpy's name come up at the same time. Food is made of cheese. This one is. Wigglinator. Carbalicious definition. Alright, we're going to go back to home. Home. Let's move home. Move home to the top. Yep. Oh. Oh, what? Oh, I have to move it even higher. Right, okay. Didn't realize I had so many waystones. End portal. With or without you, wind generators that can go up as well. Anything that doesn't just look like gibberish will move up the list. Like Everbright. Oh, Everbright. We didn't finish doing anything in Everbright either. That's another one we can go back to. Keep Kara and Castle. There was a time where you could zoom in on the moon in some goggle in some Google app at maximum zoom, it just displayed cheese. Some goggle app. Catacombs. I think that one's gone. Underground thing. That's definitely something that I've written. Are there structures on the moon? Yeah, there are villages on the moon. We would have to find one. There's also underground somewhere there'll be like a boss fight. Okay, home. So the dash. Jeez. So we need to figure out what do we do with the dash? We can blast it, we can smelt it, we can furnace it, but we cannot double it. Okay, so that is fine. Let's do that. How you doing, Orange Bear? Okay, there's a bit of dash. Some cheese. Is it moon orbit? Exchanging gadget. Waking up, getting ready for work. How's me? I am like exhausted today, Orange Bear. I don't know why. I just is. Dash plate. Beyond Earth. Dash plate. Okay, so a tier 2 rocket needs a lot more dash than what we have on us. Okay, but I think essentially... Oh, I got an alternator. Essentially, we've done about as much of this as we really need to do. But I will go back to the moon. M-O-O-N, that spells moon. And we'll see if we can find the boss. Hang on, before we do that. Grab the oxygen, hey! Hey, Lemon Torture! Raiding! Welcome, Lemon Torture. Thank you for the raid! Hello, all new peoples. How are we? Welcome, welcome. You've been lemoned. Thank you for the raid. We're on the moon, which is why everything is just flying high into the sky when we whack it. Oh, did you see that thing go flying? A Kiwi streamer. Hi, I'm also from New Zealand. Do I have time to quickly grab an arrow? Oh, I had arrows. Oh, I missed. From like 6 inches away. So sorry, 1 second, got some ads to watch. Oh no! It's fine. What's going on? We're on the moon! We're gonna explore the moon. We're gonna try and find... There should be a village here somewhere. Heard you. Where are you? Oh no! We're done supporting by watching ads. Well, I appreciate it. Justin, thank you for the gifting sub. Thank you for gifting the sub to Lemon Torture. Thank you so much. Oi, jeez. Dee Dee's raiding now too. Dee Dee, thank you for the raid. How was Disney today? Oh, jeez, what is that? Oh, it's Dee Dee with 100 bits as well. Thanks for the biddies, Dee Dee. The biddies, Dee Dee. Thank you for the itty bitty biddies, Dee Dee. Welcome, we just had a raid. We're on the moon. Oh, alright, my oxygen's running out. How do I refill my oxygen? Cream was good. You made your wool farm look pretty, and then you started building a platform for a pride castle I'm going to build. Nice. Very nice. Didi was playing Disney Dreamlight Valley, that's what it's called. Which feels like Disney The Sims to me. Okay, sorted. Had fun, lots of new content, and some new look and feel. Nice. I'm happy to hear that. Ah, I could just right-click them to refill. Nice. Okay, so we're gonna have a quick look around. We're on the moon. There are still dudes here. But there should be a village, and there should be a boss fight. So we're gonna go in a straight direction, a straightly direction. This mod pack is called LostAdventure. Yeah, we haven't been here long, DD. Yeah, we had a very quick look around, but that's it. Oh, you know what I could do? I could just do a structure compass. There you go, LostAdventure. But it could also be called LostAdventure 2. It just depends on where you look. Derkly. Right, so we're going to take this fella. Oh, we can't do that. We have to wait for the cooldown to finish. Finished. And then we want to look for... Oh, I can't just hold down backspace. Okay, we're looking for Ad Astra Lunarian Village. Select. Okay, there is one 445 blocks in that direction. So it should be like a little, basically just a normal village, but filled with like glass bubbles and... There you go. Like this. Starving, try to be back. No worries, Dee Dee. Food is important. Please enjoy. Oh. Anyone we know? Planets are the same, pretty much. Seems to be. I haven't noticed anything new yet. Nameless mining mode. Grab this stuff. What? What are you talking about, Kakav? Iron plating? That's kind of cool. Glowing iron pillar. Yep, I'll take that. Moon pillar. Moonstone bricks. You guys don't mind that I'm taking your houses, right? Oh yeah, that's very clever. That's very clever. Well done. Well done, Kakav. How old are you? Like 6? IQ 200. Oh, I put the arrows away. Right, what else have we got? You did just say that you're wearing women's clothing too, by the way. Just saying. Nothing in there. I think you can chat to some of these people if they have a job, right? Oh no, they don't trust you yet. Well, some of them do. Yeah, this village used to be above ground, and it was like a different shape. But aside from that, wonder why... Wonder why... Pick these guys up with easy... Oh, that's a good question. Hang on. Let's see. Yep. Oh, but he's changed just into a normal farmer now. I can't learn them either. Okay, so... There doesn't really seem to be anything in here. Oh, I could try that. I didn't try putting one back down again. Let's see what happens. Oh, no, I'm killing him. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. It's Taliono's fault. This was Taliono that did this to you. Taliono says hello. There you go, Taliono. I taught him a lesson for you. You won't be doing that again, whatever it was that he did that made you so angry. Alright, so... Oh, hello. This is new. Surprised what I would put up with. I would have fired that shot like the second that message came up if I had my mouse ready. Just saying. You stop dying so you can tell me if you require assistance? I know you're in pain, sir, but can you stop? Can you? Oh, he's dead. Died. Oh, remember how we were saying before about putting everything into storage first and then doing the EMC stuff? Yeah. Immediately didn't do that. AFK, heard it, came over, saw something wasn't done, did it. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. Moon sand. All good in the hood. Okay, so now we're gonna see if we can find the boss. Because there should be a boss thing. Not go to the top floor? Oh. Oh, there's a pillar up through the middle. Right, okay. Missed that. Okay, that was less exciting than I was hoping. Okay, so we're looking for what should be just like a hole. Not that one. That's another village. That could be what we're looking for. This looks promising. No digging claws on the moon. You good, Lord Zion? Oh. Hi there, source official. Okay, this has changed. What if we could make a can of beer out of dash, you know? A dash tinny. Dash tinny. Okay, here's where we're gonna start making space. In space. Keep that. Okay, oxygen is okay. What is the goal of this pack? I've no idea. I'm just running around in space. Have fun and collect cheese. There has been an amount of cheese collecting, it's true. There is a quest book, yes, but I don't often read ahead in the quest book. Flashbacks to Skyrim. Ignore this stuff. Grab that. But I don't know that there is like a specific like an end goal in the quest in the book. It's just like, you know, here's a mod pack. Do the quests. And there are quests in the pack. Just I don't think that any of them are specifically end quests. Oh, what are you? Oh, you're angry is what you are. Check the quest goal. Like I say, there kind of isn't one. Oh, hello. Is he down here? Hey, calm down, dude. Alright. Sorted. Taking too much damage. Pause mid-combat to eat several dozen cheese. Cheese. Alright. Let's head down. Do I have an arrow? I do not. Ah, I see. There you go. Hidden in the wall there. Very clever. Clever girl. That's done. Okay, so we're going this way. Oh, that's busy. Hang on. Hold up, guys. Just 1 second. I need an arrow. Ooh, there's many spawners in here. Oh, dude. Space painting? Neat. Maybe. So yeah, so the way that I play Source, just so that you know, I don't often play with the goal of finishing a pack, right? Or have a, like, whatever the end goal of a pack is not my end goal. I just play until I'm finished with it. So as far as I'm concerned, the end goal of the pack is when I feel like I've done as much as I feel like doing. Other people can play the way that they want to play. That's not how I normally do it. Swallow some oxy. Yeah, we're down to 50%. We could probably do the top up. Morning, cup of bups. I'm hoping this is like the old Galacticraft mines where there's like, you know, each one of them has got a boss. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, I place a dev item and then I quit. Yeah. That's how I do it. Other people may have different methods. But for me, accidentally place down a dev item that I'm not supposed to have. And then we're finished. Easy peasy. Okay, so I'm going to say this one appears to be finished. Because I don't think that there are any other rooms in here. Something there, though. And there's something over here. Oh, that's the village that we were just in. Oh, there's something over here, too. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm immediately stuck. You had fun with it until that stupid mistake. Yeah. I have been actually thinking of doing it, Taliono, because, like you say, I was enjoying it. But the problem with it is, well, one of the problems with it is that you can't You can't download it anymore. It has been removed. I still have it. Luckily, I didn't delete it. But like it's not one that I could say to other people, hey, you know, like I recommend this pack. You would have a lot of fun with it because it's undownloadable again. It's undownloadable againable. Okay, so there's that tower again. Not too worried about the tower. But this way... Oh, maybe it is from the tower. Something came out of the tower. But there's something... Something over this way. There it is. Hey, Maglin. Oi, jeez. That it is lost? Yeah, that adventure. That was an adventure we lost, 100%. JJ! Thank you for the electrocution. Thank you. Always appreciated. Rarely acknowledged. Okay, we're going to ignore most of the stuff that we have in here. Keep grabbing the dash, though. It's just this one here. This looks interesting to me. That looks like a big room. Okay, so we'll check that out in a minute. This is different. Corner behind the wall there. I see you trying to hide it. Oh, is that grass? Dude. That's cool. Okay, so this is something that I would say that I appreciate, is that the dungeons are not just the same dungeon. You know, like they've upgraded the dungeons. A lot of the rest of it might feel the same so far, but this is search for the Morris pack. Some wiggly guy asked about it. Yeah, that was me. That was me. I'm the wiggly guy. Yeah, I asked the author if he was going to put it back up, and then he did for a little bit. And then he removed it again. Well, thanks, Kim. I added a new description for my merch store. Like, do you want a picture of a circle wearing a hat on a shirt? There's a new pack. Yeah, I did look at the new pack and it didn't seem as good. But nothing really in there either. Is that it? Well, that tank is out of oxygen. That fruit is out of season. That's a lot of dash. Yeah. There's dash everywhere. What is this block? Polished moonstone slab. I think there's no boss in here. Wait, one sec. Thanks. Wouldn't mind developing a new dungeon mod? Kim, you should. If anybody should, Kim, you should. Kim's got the skills, she's got the talent. Or learn how to type and punctuate properly. Looking at the pack in GD Launcher, there is an option to export the pack, which would allow it to be shared if people really wanted it. Do you have any thoughts on the reason it is gone? As I understand it, the reason that pack is gone is because there was something to do with some copyright issue. I don't know what the issue was. Just that there may have been a copyright issue. which means it's likely that some of the quests were basically lifted directly out of another pack or something like that. But I don't know. That's purely speculation on my part. Something with weather / rain sounds. Yes. Actually, one of my videos got a copyright strike on it on YouTube because of the sound of the weather. Believe it or not, there's a soul sand up here. What's this? The Quests of Murus, Mementh. Murus, M-U-R-U-S. What Tarleono said. Okay, why is there soul soil here? Never heard of it? Yeah, because it's gone now. That's probably why. I played it for a bit. I had a slight accident. Lost all my progress. Used NZ birdsong from a government site that was free to use, and some company tried to copyright me. I won. My one was, yeah, it was just the sound of the rain, apparently. Like it said, you know, this particular storm or whatever is copyrighted by a specific group. I was like, what? How can you copyright the sound of rain? But then, maybe they made the rain themselves, you know. Going to the pack Lost Adventures too. Oh, this pack. Oh, this pack is still here. Yeah, this pack is still available. But the one Quest of Mirrors is not. Maybe they own the rain. I can't stand the rain. More than likely copyright trolls. It's possible. I actually had a copyright strike on one video that I had paid for a little bit of music. I had this one music thing, and then the copyright holder of the music said, because they had an automated strike, so I had to fill out a thing saying, no, it's fine. You know, I actually paid for it. And then that was all cleared up. And then a couple of weeks later, I got another copyright strike on the same video for the same piece of music from a different copyright holder. So when I challenged that one, I said, yeah, I already went through this process. And by the way, the person that held the copyright on it at that time was a different person. How can that be? How can two different companies hold the copyright on the same piece of music? It can't be. So I won that one too. YouTube was like, yeah, man. Yeah, he's right. I could understand if there had been like, you know, like a long time in between and the copyright had changed hands or something. Maybe. I'm just gonna smash home. Same BS happened to Mumbo Jumbo from a clip he had the rights to, but the artist sold it. I suppose that's possible. Alright, there you go. That's the moon in Lost Adventures. Lost Adventure 2. Trippy. They must be backed up with intent of legal things, aka if you won't go to court, can't enforce it. There's got to be a better way to handle copyright, right? There has to be. Change those? You don't like them? Oh, look. Oh, I've only got one choice. Is it? Oh, Morpheus renaming the dog. Thanks, Morpheus. Most streamers haven't, it's true. I couldn't go to court over a copyright thing. How's that? That's Neptune and Jupiter. Oh wait, I need to put armor back on. Then we'll put this stuff away. You won't take it to court. You can't enforce it. It's like a trademark. Don't enforce it. Everywhere you lose it. Ah, oh man, that hit the spot. All right. What are we going to what are we going to do next? That looks pretty cool. I like this base. Very anti-corporation. I am okay in certain circumstances with corporations. Like, they have to make money somehow, right? What I don't like is corporations overstepping. You just read lecture, Crop. I can give you a lecture if you like. What was that place you said you hadn't finished yet? Oh, there was a place that I said that I didn't finish, right? Q firearm story. Watch, what's that doing way up there? We're not going to bother with doing any of this stuff, right? That's a little bit too much. Do you want me to tell the firearm story? The time that I was almost arrested? No? Are you sure? Advancement, those were the days. What is the advancement, those were the days? Overworld Explorer. There must be more to this that needs to be unlocked. Do tell. Morpheus would like to know, Kim. Is it okay if I tell Morpheus? Orange would like to hear it. Ars Nouveau. I shall tell the story. We've had 2 yeses to 1 no, so I will tell the story. It goes back to the time in Australia when I used to be a courier. I used to be a courier, and one day in the morning, I was filling my van with petrol, or gas if you're an American person. I was filling up the van, and I wasn't really paying attention to what I was doing. And I had my hand on the pump, and just doing my own thing, and the van actually overflowed a little bit. The tank overflowed instead of stopping like it's normally meant to stop. It overflowed a little bit, and some of it sprayed out, and it went up my arm. Right. So I stopped it, and I wiped my arm off, and sort of didn't give it a second thought. Paid for my petrol and went about my day. Later on during the day, I needed a cigarette. Oh, hang on, ad. There's an ad. Tell me when the ad's over. Hang on, I can check this. When is the ad going to be over? Done for you? All right. So, anyway, the fuel splashed onto my arm, right? And I wiped it off, and I just sort of forgot about it. Went about my day. Later on during the day, I felt like I needed a cigarette, so I got my lighter out, and when I flicked on the lighter, my arm burst into flame, right? Now I'm driving along, and my arm's on fire, and I'm trying to think, hey, what can I do to put my arm out? So I stuck my arm out the window. So I'm driving along with my arm out the window, and I'm waving it around, trying to get the fire to go out. And then this police car pulls up behind me, right? Sirens flashing and everything like that. So I pulled over, and the policeman came up to my window, and he said, "All right, buddy, you're under arrest." And I said, "What for?" And he said, "For carrying an illegal firearm." Kim's eyes have rolled back into her head. That's my firearm story. Into next week. That's how far back those eyes have rolled. Into next week. That's a great one. You can all have that joke, by the way. Feel free to tell it to all your friends. Or enemies. They'll all hate it. He's so annoyed if I... Oh, jeez. Hey, welcome back. I just found these villagers down in a hole down here. So I'm releasing them so that they can go back about... What? Ugh. Thanks, Lord Zion. Oh, we're back. I've never smoked either. But smoking is important for the joke. Yeah, if the claws were in one of these, I'd be so disappointed, man. You really like the joke? Some people don't like deliberately bad jokes, and that's a deliberately bad joke. With a cheesy punchline that does make you roll your eyes. So some people hate that. Other people are like, man, that's fantastic. Except for the driving, the cop, and yours was a joke. I see. There's a character flaw or something? No, I don't think so. Just don't like that you fell for it the first time that you heard it. Tim, you were new here at the time. You didn't know. You didn't know yet. Okay, so there is something that we were going to do. Oh, the witch village. The witch village. No, I wasn't. That's the worst bit. Yeah, so you should have known better. Should have known better.
Trivia!
Oh, trivia. Somebody wants a trivia question. Who wants the trivia question? It is Taliano, and it is a free-for-all. So anybody can answer this question. What? Oh, no, okay, fair enough. Which vacuum cleaner innovator designed the set for Issey Miyake's collection at Paris Fashion Week? Which vacuum cleaner innovator designed the set for Issey Miyake's collection at Paris Fashion Week? It does not say which year this occurred. But anybody can answer that question. Feel free. Fire away. Dyson. Aliano, correct. It was James Dyson. It was James Dyson. And I read off the wrong card there. I went a little bit ahead. Kirby? Okay, where was the witch village? Just a guess. Turns out it was a very good guess. Somewhere here there was a village that was all witches, and we were going to go and have a look at that. Is that it? I don't think that's it. Oh, no. You know what we're going to do? We're going to RTP. Have we been here before? Yeah, we're just... There's my base over here somewhere. There's my base. So we've just gone over to here. So that's not good enough. Thanks, RTP. Let's go north. Oh, I need the structure compass. Need to land. Need to unlearn what we have learned. And we're looking for mines. Ancient mines. Select. There's one 6,401 blocks away into that direction. Let's go. Let's do this. How is everyone today? Accent check. How do you pronounce lever? I say lever. Never gonna give you up. I know some people say lever. I do not. Oh, it's you. It's like, oh, what? That didn't feel like a boss fight. It wasn't. Been there. I think I'm ripping past my own house. Oh no, this is all unexplored on the map. Okay, Meadow. I used to go to school with a girl named Meadow. If we see a structure on the way past, not like that structure, like this one, we're going to check for digging claws in it. In there, done that. No digging claws here, so we'll keep going. How do you pronounce lever? Like lever or lever? Oh, whoops. Sorry, guys. Just checking. Right, got a joke for you then. Okay. Pronounce it as it rhymes with soup. A lavoop. Sounds French. Okay, there's another village coming up. Don't leave her. Lever. I would never do such a thing. How far are we? We're still 4,000 odd blocks away. Hello, there's a big wall there. Lever. Lover or lever? Oh, Coconino Meadow. Coconino. Never heard of it. Cardinal Tundra. Pronounce it Levar, like Leviosa. Lever. Lever. What is going on over here? There's a pumpkin head. Oh, it's snowmans. Look, there's some snow people in here. Hi, guys. Don't mind me. A white banner. See you later. Why are they in that cage? They've been captured by the by these dudes, by the pillagers. I'll rescue you. Like reed and lead rhymes with red and lead. Oh, milk. Oh, milk. What's with the milk? Thanks for the milk, Taliano, and a Papa's Doom. Thank you so much. Yeah, so these guys have been taken hostage by the pillagers, so I can let them out. Breach! How you doing, Breach? Still got a ways to go. Let's go that ways. Snowy tiger. Wow. Oh, hello. Didn't realize these were in here. Advancement made sky high. And you finally finished a chore you had put off for too long. The laundry. Ooh, sticky piston. Okay, based on earlier advice, we're putting all of this stuff straight into storage. Hey, Wolfcat. So what would it take to get Kim to make a dungeon mod? What would the criteria be? That's kind of cool. They changed the loots in this thing. Cuboid has to put it in his new pack. All the pieces are falling together. Orange, I love it. Cuboid loves it too. I just learned something new. We're all waiting for, by the way. True though. I will happily beta test it. I'll even alpha test it. What? There's nobody flying this thing. Alpha test it on stream. I will. Where was Cuboid's joke, by the way? He started telling a lever joke. Frosted coniferous forest. Did I miss the joke? It's quite possible that I missed the joke. Okay. Anagaran. That is just like read and lead rhymes and red and lead rhymes, but read and red do not, and neither do lead and lead. Cuboid disappeared after we started talking about his pack. About the sequel to Cuboid Outpost. Cuboid Inpost. Tell you a short joke, but it will probably go over your head. You have to hand it to short people, don't you? Because they often can't reach it themselves. Oh, what? Oh, everything's loading all chunky. Hello, witch. Oh, we're definitely getting some loading stuffs. Oh, yeah, there you go. Calm down. All right, we're gonna run along the ground for a little bit. Immediately takes off and starts flying again. Not in there either. Right, 1,500 blocks away. Well, there is a village. What a fun slideshow. I'm not a witch, I'm your wife. I'm not even sure I want to be that anymore. To believe. Not a lot of money in revenge. You pack talk, Cuboid unsubbed, unfollowed. Prince Humperdinck. Perhaps you will not find her so common now. One of my most favorite movies. Also one of my favorite movies, this one might surprise you, is the first Tremors film. Specifically the first one. I did have fun storming the castle. Not a big fan of any of the ones that came after it, but the first one was great. It was such a B movie. Oh, speaking of B movies, did anybody watch Cocaine Bear yet? Because Cocaine Bear came out Tuesday. That looks like it's going to be like a proper B movie, stupid fun. The blasters were fun. Like, the first Tremors was good, and then it went really dumb for a bit, and then apparently like Tremors 6 or Tremors 7 was pretty good. Oh, it's still 420. Bit gory. I have heard that it is a bit gory. But that's fair. Or Meth Gator. I haven't seen Meth Gator, but Cocaine Bear. I saw the preview for Cocaine Bear, and that looked like it was going to be dumb fun. And I've heard it both ways. Some people have said that it's exactly what you expect if you watch the trailer.
Trivia.
Oh, but some other people have said that it is you know, oh, I expected so much more from it. But I think the people that are expecting it to be like really good, you know, like really compelling entertainment, have totally missed the point of what that movie is. MC Wolfcat, your trivia question. Which street in London did the Beatles famously cross on the cover of their album bearing the same name? Hi, the Valiants is welcome. Which street in London did the Beatles famously cross on the cover of their album bearing the same name? MC Wolfcat. Really like Sharknado, so I feel like I'll immediately enjoy Cocaine Bear. I think if you liked Sharknado, Cocaine Bear is going to be in the same ballpark. That's what I think it's going to be, in that same sort of ballpark. It's going to be dumb, but if you go into it expecting it to be dumb, then you know, and not think about stuff too much, then I think you're going to enjoy it. Okay, so we ran past the structure that we're looking for. There it is. Okay, so this here says cast behind and enter. Ah! This is how you're supposed to get in. That's cool, man! So there's obviously a bunch of create stuff up in the top here that we just totally missed. But that there is sending a redstone signal. Speak, friend, and enter. Have I lost the... Okay, so behind here, there is this. This is an Ender Watcher. And if you look at this, it sends out a redstone signal, but it appears to be only once. You had to look it up, guess you're disqualified? What is your answer? It looks like this only works once. Abbey Road. Abbey Road is correct. It is Abbey Road. Okay, so that gets turned. So there's a delay up here, right? Oh, look at this. Okay, so hang on. If we get out a lever, that flows some water down here. The water turns, and that should be turning that handle, which it is. So that's spinning. And there was obviously this gearbox was here. And then after a delay, that should start lifting that whole structure up. But for whatever reason, it currently isn't. Let's turn that off. Okay, so that's what's meant to happen. So that opens for 8 seconds.
Trivia.
And then we'll turn off. Tactical Platypus's turn. Alright, Caveman Ugg was heading home after a long day of hunting. As he approached his cave, a huge boulder rolled down the hill and landed directly in front of the entrance, trapping his wife and kids inside. No matter how he tried, he couldn't get the boulder to budge. He called for help, and even with half the village helping, it still couldn't be moved. Someone ran off to get the village wise man. The wise man got a rock and a log, jammed the log under the boulder, got the rock under the log, and then got everyone to hang off the end of the log. The boulder still did not move, no matter how they tried. You have the Winnie the Pooh Abbey Road mashup shirt. Just then, Nate, the village strongman, came by and grabbed the boulder and tossed it over his shoulder and out of the way, freeing Ugg's family. This is going to be really bad, I can tell. I can feel it. I think this is the wrong... This should be a toggle latch instead of a powered latch. This just goes to show, better Nate than lever. Better Nate than lever. That's why he wanted to know how I pronounced lever earlier. The lever I placed has it locked. No, I don't think that's it. Right? Because that lever isn't touching that. Right? So that all that's doing is turning the rotation on. So when you look at the thing, so if I remove that, give me this. Right, that turns that off. So we're looking for the block. Did I pick it up? I didn't. Oh, it's way down here. Right, so we look at that. Okay, and that sends a signal up. And that turns that on. And what that does, right, having that there, that sends out a pulse, which flips this. Right, and then after 8 seconds, it should flip it back the other way. Which is really clever. This is like such a good idea. That should be 8 seconds by now, so it should be flicking it back. But it didn't. The door is going to remain forever open. But if we did that... Oh, hang on. This needs to be... Oh, I can... Yeah, okay. So we turn that on. And that should be enough to get that spinning. Anyway. Doesn't matter. Like, it works, it doesn't work. For the time being, it works. You can escape down there, and we'll go down this way. Alright. Hey there, fellas.
Trivia.
MC Wolfcat with another trivia question. Your question. Which ship took Charles Darwin on his voyage to the Galapagos Islands? Which ship took Charles Darwin on his voyage to the Galapagos Islands? That's quite a difficult question. I wonder if the door was created in the previous version of Create and it isn't completely functional anymore. That is possible. Master and Commander. Oh, I also picked up a couple of... I broke a couple of the wheels. That movie also had a really bad dad joke in it too. You'd always pick the lesser of two weevils. You have no clue? Alright, I will give you a clue, MC Wolfcat. It is one of three things. It is either Discovery, Beagle, or Endeavour. Discovery, Beagle, or Endeavour. Which of these? Choose. Discovery, Beagle, or Endeavour? There we go. Now we don't have to make... all of that. We spent 14 days looking for one of these so that we could avoid making a create crafter thing. Beagle? Beagle is... correct. Well done. The ship was called the Beagle. Endeavour was Captain Cook's boat. And Discovery is a space shuttle. Let me just double check that. Darwin's discoveries on the islands helped to shape his theory of evolution. Okay. This, I feel like this will feel more spectacular now that we can see it. So we're going to go down into the mine in here. There was a whole bunch of stuff down here, mostly centipedes. Back off, centipede. Is the same one I was talking about or another one? I'm actually not sure. I can't remember what that ship was in Master and Commander. A potion of slowness. How cool is this? It's such a good build. Kim could smash this out in like 2 days. Oh, there's a geode poking in the middle of it. That's cool. Oh, the same dungeon? Yeah, so we were specifically looking for this dungeon. Just because it had that one crushing wheel in it, the grinding wheel. Grinding, crushing wheel. Of grinding, crushing. What's this dungeon called? It is called, it's just called an ancient mine. Ancient mine. So if you're looking it up, ancient mine. Sorted. Hate those bugs. Yeah, I try to get rid of them as quickly as possible because I'm not a big fan myself. I'm a human being. Penderite? Yeah, but see these dudes? Big giant dwarf holding a massive axe. How cool is that? Okay, that chest was empty. That one is... Oh my god, that one's got so much stuff in it. That's my inventory. Oops. All they want to do is hug you from the inside. Back off, man. Hold up. Hey. Alright. One at a time. That hole you went down was the one that inspired me to want to generate this mine or one like it in single player and repair all the rails so I can ride them around the mine/dungeon. How far through that did you get? Oh, hello. The giant void. That ghosty looking dude there looks very sad. I haven't figured out what they're trying to tell me, right? Like they're walking around as if something important... They're trying to show me something important, but I don't know what it is.
Trivia.
Another trivia. This one's from Aradawa. Aradawa, your trivia question is... What is a Dutch city and a style of ceramics in which white pottery is adorned with blue designs? Wow. Oh, wow. Okay, if you get that, I'll be very surprised. What is a Dutch city and a style of ceramics in which white pottery is adorned with blue designs? I wouldn't have a clue. Would not have a clue. What are the red blocks? Like these ones here. These are crimsite. Time to run. Thank you for the stream. No worries, Maglin. Thank you for popping in and hanging out. All of the above. On the tip of my tongue. This one I did not know. I saw the answer and I went, huh? Art appreciation in college. Wedgwood? That is incorrect. Okay, so red block. So we've got some stripped blossom wood and some blossom planks. Delft Taliono is correct. Delft. Then we got some netherrack. Then we have crimsite. So they even start different block up here. We got jasper at the top. So we start with jasper. We move down into blossom wood, then into netherrack, and then down into crimsite. Delft. Yeah, I didn't know that one either. That was completely new to me. Never heard of Delft. That's what you get for watching antique shows on the telly. The lovely piece of Delft. Been in the family for generations.
Trivia.
It's worth £22. Right, another trivia. This one is MC Wolfcat. Give me a second. Right, Kiwi's got another joke. Get to that one shortly. Ooh, oh, okay. Don't know what just happened there. Okay. MC Wolfcat. Which of the following is the largest rodent in the world? The capybara, the agouti, or the nutria? Capybara, agouti, nutria. Capybara. Correct! It is the capybara. Cuboid. There was this really evil Count Sebastian back in the Dark Ages. He used to tax people into starvation, impose forced labor when they couldn't pay, seize valuable possessions, etc., etc. One day the people had enough, formed the lynch mob, and stormed the Count's castle. After a pitched battle, they finally won, dragged him out into the courtyard, held him down, and demanded to know where he had hidden all their stuff. He refused to say, so they grabbed the executioner's axe and kept demanding. He kept refusing. Finally, they had enough. As the axe dropped, the Count started saying, okay, I'll tell you, but it was too late. The axe separated his head from his body, and nobody ever found out his hidden cache of illicit goods. Just goes to show you, never hatchet your Count before you chickens. Left the TNT, that's the real treasure. Right, got it. Never hatchet your Counts before they chicken. Alright, we're going to take a break in a second. For a couple of minutes. I'm going to slash home now that we've got the thing that we needed. Morpheus should be the dog now, right? Yep, Morpheus the dog sitting on my cake. That's healthy. That's healthy. Alright, so we'll take a quick break. I'll return in a minute. Don't nobody go nowheres. Oh, hang on. I'll just make sure I don't catch fire first. Oh, I'm gonna catch fire first. Hang on. Here it comes. There it is. Thanks for that. All right, I'll be back in a sec. Play some Wordle, if you can. I'm back. Okay, so there's an E. It ends in EL. Whatever the word is, it ends in EL. Lemon? But it ends in EL. Vowel. Amel. Oh, okay. So it's OVEL. Something OVEL. Game hovel. You didn't understand the game. MC Wolfcat, I'll tell you very quickly. It's a 5-letter word, right? You have to guess the word by doing exclamation game and then a word. So this one says hotel, right? Because all of the letters are grey, that means that none of those letters are in the word. None of those letters are in the word. So there's no H's, O's, T's, E's, or L's. Right? If you get a letter that comes up on the board and it's green, that means that it's the correct letter and it is in the correct spot. If the letter is orange, like the S, so that letter is orange, that means that that letter is in the word, but that letter is not in the right spot. So this word does have an S in it, but it doesn't start with S. And that's all we know so far. So no H, no O, no T, no E, no L, no A, and no V. So MC's guessed ramen. There's no S in ramen. There's also we know there's no A and no E. So there is an S in there somewhere, right? So it's a word that starts with S. It has an S in it and it ends in a Y. Right? So that means if it's R something S, there has to be a vowel, right? So it's got to be an I. Because it's not an A, an O, an E, or a U. It has to be an I. So that means R-I-S-Y. It must be risky. It has to be risky. And for some reason, for some people, it doesn't work. But there you go. So the word was risky. And that's how it works. GG, chat. Well done. Alright, what were we doing here? We're going to make our crushing wheels. Now we finally have 2 crushing wheels. So they're going to live over here. 2 in a row. No worries, Breach. Breaches, thank you for hanging out with us today. Always a pleasure. We shall see you again. Should have put on a timer. Should never have to put on a timer. Or a gold shot. What the? Oh, tactical. Hang on. Let me back up for a second. Take this stuff off. Tactical with 100 bits. Thanks, Tactical. Appreciate it, buddy. Hey, there you go. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to remove the piston. The pocket piston is a bit too much. No one times breachy in a corner of the stream. Right. Okay, the other thing I might check is we've got a bunch of armor in here. I might check the netherite ops. That one seems pretty good. So does that one. They all seem pretty good. Let's just grab them all. Okay, we'll do a quick comparison of the 5 chest plates, because we might be able to make them into like one really good one. So that's got reach 4 and protection 4 plus 18 armor. Wow. This one's plus 17 armor, but it's got rebounding, mana regen, mana boost, protection 4, and mending. So that one seems pretty good. That's got reach 4, magic protection, unusing, and soulbound, plus 20 armor. Plus 7 luck and an empty socket. This one's got 2 empty sockets, fire protection and icy thorns. And that one is curse of vanishing, reach 4, unbreaking 4, plus 8 armor. Yeah, rebounding is knockback, I think. So I think these two together would make a really good chest plate. And only 9 levels. So that's plus 17.25 armor. What is this one? This one's 17.75. So if we switch these around, it gives me slightly more armor. So it just takes 29 levels to do. Get plus 5.5 luck, plus 4 knockback resist, plus 19 armor, plus 7.75 armor toughness, mending, mana boost, mana regen, rebounding, fire protection, and icy thorns. This one's just blast protection 8, mana regen 5, icy thorns, plus 2 armor toughness, plus 9 max health. That's the big difference, is that this one doesn't have the max health. But neither did any of these. Yeah, neither did any of these. So we lose most of a row of hearts, but that's okay. I could netherite the diamond. I could netherite the diamond one. That's a good call too. Alright, let's go see what we need to make this. 28 levels. That doesn't do anything for us. That way, 49 levels. And we get the plus 9. We get blast protection, mana regen, icy thorns, rebounding, mana boost, and mending. Blast protection, mana regen, icy thorns. So icy thorns goes up to 4. So I think we've got enough levels stored that we can do that. The U plus U? No, that's not right. No, that's the wrong way around. U2. There you go, 49 levels. So if I took that and the plus 20 armor one, that one, what do we get? We get blast protection, mana regen, icy thorns, rebounding, mana boost, mending, reach, unsung, unusing, soulbound, plus 17 armor, plus 3 armor toughness, plus 9 max health. So we lose. What do we lose? Actually, I don't think we gain anything by doing that. So I'm going to put this stuff away and wear that. And now we've got like the coolest stuff. We're so cool. Hey, Bob the potato. Okay, so now we're going to go into this room. And, oh, that's right, we dug out that trench ages ago. Behind this wall is those. So we are going to flip them into spinning. Flip them into spinning. Wait, breach 4? Should be breach 3. Breach cubed. Back to lurk. Thank you. I appreciate the lurk. I do. Cogwheel. Right, so if we place 3 cogwheels, we go U, and then we place, hang on, we'll remove that. Place that there. We are now overstressed. It's going alright, Bob. How are you? Here's another thing we're going to do. We're going to remove this. Not too bad. Nice. Very nice. Okay, we need framed vertical stairs. And quartzcrete. Nice. This is one of my favorite rooms in all time. Okay, so we're using 2 for power, but we've got enough backup power to keep it running. The flux plug can go into here. Those things can go away. Polished schist bricks. What do I have those from? Oh, I popped out the thing. Alright, so the crushing wheels are spinning now. That's good. It's Spinorama in here. Okay, so that can't go on there with that at that speed. That works. Currently, this is now doing nothing. Oh man, if only I had that reach 7 right now, that would have solved that problem. Vexing archwood log. Another one. Yep. Oh, 30 seconds of strength from Haydos. Thank you very much, Haydos. Appreciate it. Not sure that was what you were hoping for, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Ooh. There we go. Okay, so that's going like that. Can we turn it up now? No. Belts or chain drives? Oh. Belts. I'm pretty sure I got belts. Chain drive. Oh. Thanks for the crash, Aaron X. Belt. Belt. No, I don't have belts. Belt. I could have sworn I have the kelp to make belts. Okay. The answer to that question is no. Apparently I had not learned them. What about chain drive? Yeah, good. Chain drive now. What's the difference? Where would you anticipate I would use these items? Because at the moment, realistically, I've only got 2 things that are actually running off that create thing now. I'm not making power or anything. I've just got that and this and my decorational spinny thing. Here's my chutes. All that's missing is a sound effect. Yeah. In place of the gears to transfer the rotation vertically without stress. Okay. You know, I've never used chain drives. Oh, okay, that's it. I can make 2. Hang on, let's remove all this space stuff. West. Oh, mobs. 25 magma cubes. Oh, some fluid pipe. Great. Alright, so we need some more iron pebbles. Nuggets. Nuggets, not pebbles. There's some. I found some. Okay, so in place of the gears, to transfer the rotation vertically without stress. So if I remove those, oop. So if there was a thing on that, then that would spin like that, but that doesn't join together. So they can only go vertical. Oh yeah, we can go higher that way. Ooh, I can go to full speed. Oh, I might be able to even do that there. Nice. Well, there you go. So that... More hints and tips. I even got spare stuff. Alright, so let's make some barrels in that case then. End chest. Like and subscribe. For more hints and tips. Moss, like and subscribe. Okay, that would put stuff automatically into the doohickey. I can't crush my honey cakes, but I can crush my iron ores. What are these? These are just crushed. Hang on, these have already been crushed. I can only cook these. Alright, well let's get to cooking. Can we make a rainbow furnace? Barrel. It's cool that that lights up blue. Alright, learn those. Oh, I needed a barrel. Wait. Barrel. I went to high school with a guy named Daryl. That's close to barrel. Alright, what's next? Let's find something to do. AK's here. How you doing, AK? Feral flare lantern, a dread lamp. Need some space? Void portal. Oh. That's new. Obsidian around an ender pearl. Was he also empty inside? Aren't we all? Can't complain. I mean, physically can. Just don't want to. Let's make a new portal. Let's go to the void dimension. Need some space. This is where all the portals live, so we'll slap this up here somewhere. Oh, okay. It's literally just a void. I don't know what I was expecting. Always follow up on it. I always say that at work. If they follow up on it, I say, can't complain. Okay, we need some netherite. Let's get some netherite. Then, I would like to check in here, as far as swords go, we do have some netherite swords. So, let's go netherite sword. Sharpness 5, that does 11.5 damage. This does 13.5. This one's 11.5. 11.5. 8. 15.25. Sweeping Edge 4, Leech 5. That one's pretty good. 15.75. Prevents a weapon from delivering a lethal blow. So that one I remember having that, and it's not very good. Unbreaking Fire Aspect. That one's pretty good. Mech's Disassembler does more. That means making Mech's Disassembler though. Sigh. Alright, let's upgrade that fella. So then we have 14.5. Inflicts weakness. So if we said U plus U, what does that give us? It does 14.5 damage. Reliquary? I'll have a look in a second. You looked up like and sub and scribe. And we need a picture of a that is like and subscribe. Severing 3. Oh, we must do, because that Severing 3 significantly increases the chance of reliquary drops. Soulbound, Sharpness 3, Bane of Illages 3, Life Stealing 1, Unbreaking 3, Sweeping Edge 4, Leech 5, and attacks deal 8 damage to nearby enemies. Make a Magic Bane. The Magic Bane of my existence. 17.75, but we lose a lot of stuff. I think this is a better choice for us. Choice has been made. Can we join those two together? Soul Reaper 2, Severing 3. Hang on, what do we got at the moment? Soul Reaper 3. Severing 3. Soul Reaper 3, Severing 3. Soulbound, Sharpness 3. Bane of Villages 3, Life Stealing. Dude. That sword is insane. Slain enemies have a 4% chance to be a loot pinata. Kind of feel like I want to try that. Now, what did Pakapi say? A Magic Bane. Increases its strength with each enchantment. Has a higher chance of getting reliquary drops. 5 attack damage. Might be able to make that. Can I make that? I can make that. There you go. It is made. And then just add books to it. I got plenty of books. I should make the library. Library. Enchantment library. We need infused half shells, which means we have to get enchanting table. We put mending on it. I have to check which books I have. Efficiency, Smite, Sharpness, Thunderstrike, Fortune, Efficiency. I'm not going to read these all out. It's going to take forever. I have a few of them. Spearfishing. Oh, you can hash mending. I got 2 of them. Mending and mending. I'm alert now. No worries, Wolfcat. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out. Anyway, back to Netherite quickly. I'm going to look at these helmets. And compare them to my current helmet. Gives me Unbreaking 4, Insight 4, Protection 4, plus 15 armor. Knockback resistance, plus 13.5 max health. Mana boost, magic protection. Fire protection, mending. We don't really need mending. Air affinity would be kind of cool. Mana regen, unbreaking would be good. Burst of Foolishness prevents experience gain when using the item. Wow, okay. No, thank you. They have an idea. 26 levels for that. Gives me Unbreaking 5, Insight 4, Protection 4, Mana regen 4, Mana boost. Instant health when I get attacked. Physical damage and almost 47% durability. The 26 levels. If we switch these, 22 levels, but we only have 3 levels. Okay, so the one we're wearing is probably the best one. at the moment, until we get levels back anyway. Netherite pudgy. Netherite chest plates. Let's check these fellas out. And what did Carpy send us? Let's have a look. Wow. Carpy's pointy stab. Sharpness 9, Impaling 10, Unbreaking 8, Frostbite 13, Launch 5, Magnet 7, Life Leech 6, Range 9, Capturing 7, Reactive 8, Sculpt Smite, Tombstone Soulbound, Cone Cutter, Teleportation, Soul Reaper 7, Sweeping Edge 8, Magic Siphon 13, Scavenger 3, Beheading 7, Mending, Venom 6, Severing 9, Ender 7, Looting 8, Disarming 7, and it does 172.5 damage per hit. Wow. That's pretty crazy, Carpy. Pretty crazy. Plus 17 armor. So that one maybe? I feel like the ones we're wearing are better than that. Okay, I actually think we're doing okay. Weaponry wise and stuff. Loot pinata. Okay, and then if we go back to netherite. Have a netherite axe, but that doesn't have any enchants on it. And I don't have a netherite shovel. So let's just upgrade these two. Because why not? Plus I also have the red guitar, which does 1,000 damage. I'll pop that away for a moment. Okay, that gave me a diamond knife. Get out of here, diamond knife. Compact mini machine, pocket storage, we don't need. Respawn anchor, we don't need. The dock for that. We could make the tank 8 blocks of gold. Not playing with Project E in this pack. Are you playing this pack? TMP6. Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course you are. I forgot. I mean, I remembered. I remembered and then I forgot to remember. Forgot to remember, but then I remembered that I forgot. Dee Dee's back. How you doing, Dee Dee? Clearing out my dank. What I'll do is I'll leave one thing of each thing full. And then we'll upgrade to the next level. Full of pasta. I do like a good pasta. Also like a bad pasta. Type of pasta? What type of pasta did you get, Dee Dee? Right, Dank 3 is done. Next one is Emerald Dank. Okay, now we do have emeralds getting produced down the end over here. This should have a heap in there. So we'll use some of those. Upgrade our Dank once again. And we will learn these. 222 million EMC. Not too bad. And then Diamond after Emerald, really? And then this one wants Obsidian. Obsidian? Anyway, I make something I used to call pseudo pasta alfredo, but lately it's more like pasta mess. It's more technique procedure than a fixed recipe. I have recipes like that. The base pasta this time was a thin spaghetti, but not angel hair thin. I always thought the progression of danks was annoying. Emerald, diamond, obsidian, nether stars. That doesn't make sense. Crazy, I'm telling you, it's crazy. Right, dank 6. Thanks for the memory. And then, nether stars. Luckily, can do this. Dank 7. Dank 7. 4 little girls. Tonight I found some capers that needed used up, so I used them. I just looked up different types of pasta. The noodles yesterday. The Italians have a different name for everyone. I like penne. No. Can't remember what it's called. Fusilli. 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 Jar of light. That needs chanting apparatus. Too worried about that then. Interdiction torch. We could do that. We could do that. Cardboard box we could do. Mining gadget. Charging station. We don't have the copy paste gadget on that page. We didn't get the improved house. Needs the house prefab. Bundle of timber. I make chicken piccata when I have capers I need to use. I'm not even sure what a caper is. Apart from a merry jape that you do with your friends. I haven't knowingly ever had a caper. Tape measure. I had a small pickled bud of some plant. Okay. Thought I could have sworn I had a tape measure. Alright, so that is hugely ready to go. Silent gear armory. Steel shield. That capers a yuck. I've never knowingly had a caper. Let's say that. An infinity trident. Nope, dissolution chamber. Pass. Pass. Been there too many times. Mecha suit. Not really that worried. Isn't a caper a wiggly stream? I'll take it, Mr. Will Smith. If you don't like salty, pickly flavor, yeah, I'll take yours. Salty, pickly flavor. I can handle very, very small amounts of salty, pickly flavor. Maybe we need to make auto crafting. Königsberger Klops. That's that racetrack around the village, right? Oh wait, that's the Nürburgring. Collecting mob farm. Iron spikes. We can make it iron spikes. Okay, sword. Iron sword, iron sword. Dark matter sword. Maybe we should just switch to the Qatar full time. It's fine. Right. Oh, and a block of iron. Hang on, let's just check. What iron do we have in storage? Got quite a lot of iron in storage, as it turns out. That shouldn't be going in there. Alright. Look like tiny Brussels sprouts, but they're actually unripened flower buds. Not right, man. That's not right. Oh, train track from Create. What's next? Oh, deep mob learning. Dude, we should make deep mob learning. We haven't done that for ages. Oh, I can't learn train tracks. Alright, deep mob learning. Didn't even know that was in here. Posted a pic in pictures of the what did you call it? Pasta mess? Quicksand clips. Oh, they're little tiny little things. I can see why you call it pseudo Alfredo though. Okay, can we smush the iron ore through here? No. But we can smush it through here. Vertical logistics. And we're going to crushed. Wow, 110, dude. Oh, that's why we've got iron in there, because I just did it through this thing. Okay, so deep mob learning. So deep mob learning. Deep mob learning. Is it not called deep mob learning? Oh, it's called hostile neural networks now. Okay. Okay, so we'll start with the deep learner. All right, gotta say bye-bye. Time to go to work. Have a great rest of the stream. See you all tomorrow. See ya, Orange Bear. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you again. Okay, so we're just missing a redstone. That's not bad. Easily fixed. Baby, 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 no. Model framework. Right click on an entity to build a data model. Right click an entity. Okay, so we need a gold and 2 redstone. No need to use those. I'd use fresh herbs when I didn't have them. I put chicken in, or dried herbs, or just whatever's in the kitchen. I'd do that with chicken. Okay, so I need to right click on a mob, but that firstly means that we need to go and find a mob. So let's do that by going down here and out this way. Into the glimmering weald. Oh, hello. No, maybe not. Maybe not him. Listen. Oh, jeez. Spiders? Did we learn spiders? Nah. I like with some cream cheese because what I have needed to be used. Hey, Wario. I just use butter and more cream sometimes, or cottage/farmer's cheese as well. Cottage cheese. My mother used to just put cottage cheese on toast. You might also still do it, but she used to do it too. Okay, what I would like here is a zombie. How's your night going, Wario? Oh, hello. There you go. Speaking of zombies, hang on. Right click. Oh! Didi, thanks for 100 bits. Thanks, Didi. What the? Who did that? Wario. Set a man on fire. Okay, I had to put that into the deep learner first, right? There we go. Okay. Glad I could oblige. I appreciate it. Okay, so there we go. Now we're up to 1. So if I pop that into the offhand there, now we can legit look for zombies. Is it just a skeleton with a hat on? There is. Oh, Dark Helmet. Oh, it's all skellies. Thanks, Dark Helmet, for 100 bits. Can't use this for our deep mob learner, unfortunately, but I will take it. Thank you, dude. What's this? It's Mr. Wiggly. You know, from Twitch. Yeah, so we're trying to find zombies, is what it comes down to. I need some zombies to fill up my data model. So that we can do some trials and stuff. Hey, Tactical. Thanks, Tactical, for the 100 bits as well and getting this kicked off in a hype train. Thank you for the hype train. 100 bits. Wait. Spiders, 100 bits or more get you into the hype train. Thanks, Taliono, for 100 bits. Spawn some mobs on me, give me a real bad time. The more you give, the worse the mobs get, and the more of them there are. Dark Helmet with 100, not 100 bits. That's not 100 bits. That's a subscription. 32 months, Dark Helmet. Thank you very much for the continued support. What I might do is I'll get rid of these and then I'll slash home so that I can remove my armor and then get back to where I am, because I don't know where I am. So if you do want to continue on in the hype train, the 4 minutes left. Oh, I just saw a zombie too. I think he was just a vanilla. Yeah, you guys. Come with me. Okay, now we'll get this spider over here. Where'd you go? I need an adult. I don't know where he is. I'm lost. I'm a lost toy. Okay, that spider apparently disappeared. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll dump all the stuff. Get dumped stuff. Oh, and we'll take off all of our armor, and then we'll fight Gothartica 1,000 bits. Thanks, Gothartica, for the 1,000 bits. Oh, hang on, I have to close the door. Oh, there you go. Right, now don't nobody leave. Thanks for the 1,000 bits, Gothartica. That gets us to 95%. Dee 1,000 bits. Uh-oh, now we're in trouble.
And it's party time at Mr. Wiggly's.
Party time at Mr. Wiggly's. Dee, thank you for 1,000 bits as well. It's Evoca City, which means it's also Vex City now. And we're gonna die a lot. Nice. Yeah, so basically the more you contribute, the worse the mobs are, and the more of them that spawn. Wow. I think it's up to 10. Oh, dude. Dark Helmet's done 1,000 bits as well. I didn't even see what spawned. Okay, it was more of these dudes. Get out. Why? With your axe and stuff. Tactical Platypus with 1,000 bits. Oh, jeez. Oh, yeah, we're in real trouble. We're in so much trouble. There's evokers everywhere. Wow, dude. Thank you for another 1,000 bits. What? Okay, we're gonna try and concentrate on one at a time. Diddy, oh no. Diddy spawned in 100 bits, gave us some zombies. What was that 100 bits? I didn't see what that 100 bits was. What? Is it more zombies? I don't think it's more zombies. Another 100 bits though from Diddy, thank you. Even more party. I'm going to try and leave the zombies. Oh, there's a husk there. Yeah, we're going to try and leave the zombies because that... Oh, because that gives us a chance to learn them with the... After we come back. But we'll just see how we go. Grab those. Somebody died down here. It was me. It was me. Tactical... Oh, tactical several hundred bits. Oh, dude. Tactical. Oh, he's going nuts. Tactical's going crazy. How many was that? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 lots of 100 bits. Thank you, Tactical, for the 8 times 100 days. Oh no! Oh no! Dee Dee with another 100 bits. Thanks, Dee Dee. That evoker in the corner there killed half the zombies. Dee Dee, Taliono. It's Bit City. Things is going crazy now. Thank you for the many, many bits. I've lost count. Dee Dee with 2 lots of 100 and Taliono with 200 bits. That gets us 61% of the way to level 3. Ow. Is that a Vex? Okay. It's so tempting to just start swinging that sword, I tell you. Ah. He spawned. Slain by a Vex. Oh, there's a dog here somewhere. Did somebody spawn a helper mob? Dee Dee spawned a helper mob. Thanks, Dee Dee, for the spawned and helper mob. I forgot to mention that. If we get to level 4, if we make it to level 4, then 2 extra mobs will spawn in. They will be invincible dogs with your name on them if you were a hype train conductor, either sub or bits. And they will hang out with me for the duration of the hype train, helping me out. But, oh, Dee Dee. Dee Dee gifted some subs there. 5 subs. That looked like 5 subs. It was 5. Thank you, Dee Dee, for the 5 gifted subs. And there I saw a dog. I don't know what dog that was. It says Dee Dee on it. But there's also another one that just says Wolf. So I think at the moment there is no bit conductor. But there we go. It worked. It worked. But now we need to, so one of them just says Wolf at the moment. So if we get a new conductor, then that dog will have the correct name. But they're going to help me out for the rest of the duration of the train. You too could take over and get your name on the dog. Dee Dee 100 bits. Thanks, Dee Dee. And another 100. That should mean that both dogs are called Dee Dee. And they are. It's true. It works. It actually works. Finally got to test it and it worked correctly as per design. Yay! I made it all on my own. So you can spawn in another dog to help us out if you would like, for just 2,000 channel points. You can only do that during a hype train. Now's the time to do it. But Dee Dee with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lots of 100 bits. You can also see at the bottom of the screen there, Mr. Wiggly. He's making his way across. He changes color every time we go up a level. If we get into level 5, then he changes rainbow colored. Oh, we gotta try and lead the zombies. Okay, we're gonna go downstairs. Wow, dude. Wow. Bomb, thanks for the helper mob. You'll be in here somewhere. I lost my mouse for a second there. Where's the helper mob? There you are. Yeah, get in there. And the many DDs are here too. What? You can overtake Dee Dee. Gothartica with the heal. Thanks, Gothartica. Ow. Wow. I got vexed to death. Yes, you can take over the dogs. All you have to do is throw in some bits. You might pass the current bit conductor, or give some subs. You could pass the sub conductor, and your name could be on a mob helping us win the good fight or the bad fight, depending on your perspective. Ow! My face. Oh no, not the zombies, not the zombies. How long we got left? We got 2 minutes 15 left. 46% of the way to level 4. To level 4? Oh, Dee Dee's just hovering in midair. I need to fix those helper dogs so that they have the correct skin on them. Not skin, so that the colored names come out right. What? Hey, Wolfie. We're mid-hype train. Mid-death train. Wow, that was fast. So I also added the, at the bottom of the stream, if you have a look, I added in the tiers. Gothartica 100 bits, thanks Gothartica. I added in the tiers so that when you want to spawn, you can have a look and see what actually spawns at the different pricing levels. So if you would like to help out by making it hard for me to survive, you can see the list of what does what at the bottom of this stream. Let's grab some stuff. Oh, I see you in the corner here. Yeah. Oh, got so many keys. Alright, so that one is down. We're going to leave the zombie. These two just staring at each other. Get him, DDs! Wow, that was fast. Oh no, did the dog die? No, they can't die. And I forgot to add in the name Bits to the Bits dog. We've got 24 seconds left, 49% of the way through the hype train. The dogs will hang around for a couple of minutes after the hype train just to help with the cleanup. And then we'll be forcefully despawned. That's another thing that I need to take care of too. Diddy with another 100 bits and another 100, but that's the hype train is over. Didi, thanks for another 100 bits. 100 and 100 bits. Thank you very much for the hype train, peoples. There are a lot of zombies now. Oh, that's because of all the bits. Oh no, we've got a nuke as well. Thank you for the tier 3 hype train. Thank you so much, and thank you for the nuke there, Monkey Bot. Welcome in. We want to try as much as we can to ignore the zombies if we can. I will thank everybody individually after this. And we want to try and take out the evokers and stuff first. Recover our grave with the thing in it. Ow! No! Yeah, we need to recover our... What? Well, recover our grave with the deep mob learner in it, and then we can learn deep mobs. Okay. Oh, okay. Slain in the back. There's spiders down here. Morpheus. I see you. Ignore the zombies. Ignore them. Nothing to see here, zombies. Oh! Dark helmet got me. What? Got me again. There must be some... Ah, there's a spider right at the top of the door. Right above the bed. So the spider is instantly breaking my thing. My ghostly effect. Ow! My legs! Okay, so... the dogs are killing off all the dudes. No, Evoker, no! Vexed from behind. There are a lot of deaths here. Come on, dogs. Let's do this. Vex again. Hi there, Brittany. No, don't run away. Monkey renamed the dog. Thanks, Monkey. Oh, I didn't actually get him. There's got to be like one zombie left after all this. I'm doing alright, Brittany. How are you? I hope that you are well. They get the... There's still Vexus here, so yeah, there he is. Hey! Alright, recover grave. There are many graves to recover. That's the one. That's not the one. Where's my deep learning? Is deep learning a curio? It is. Oh, that's good to know. Trying to figure out what you want to do. Yeah, I know that feeling. I've been there before. Alright, where is this grave? Grave here. Oh. Still a dude. See you, Gothardica. Oh. Well, that was fairly brutal. Killed my dog. Have a good evening, Gothardica, whatever it is that you end up doing with the rest of it. And that grave. So we lost a painting at one point. There it is, space painting. There we go, that's better. One of our display stands. Anyone want to hazard a guess as to how many deaths that is? And while we do that, let's have a look at the Oh, I got a notice in chat like 5 times you've collected all of the level 3 emotes. 5 times that came up. Maybe 40, 51, 63. All right, we'll quite quickly say thank you for the hype train. And that looked like Tactical Platypus got just kicked off with 100 bits, DD with 100 bits, Dark Helmet with 100 bits, Tactical Platypus another 100 bits, Taliano 100 bits. I feel like I've missed something. It doesn't seem so. Taliano with 100 bits, Dark Helmet then subbed for 32 months at tier 1, Gothardica 1000 bits, DD 1000 bits, Dark Helmet 1000 bits, Tactical Platypus 1000 bits, DD then with 100 bits 1, 2, 3 times, Tactical Platypus 100 bits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. Then DD with another 100 bits, Taliana with 200 bits, DD gifted 5 subs, they went to Morpheus DK, Seemed Too Close, Stargazer, Midnight Wolf, and Rainforest. DD gifted 100 bits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, Gothardico then with 100 bits, and then DD with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lots of 100 bits once again. Thank you very much everybody that contributed to the hype train. There was guesses for the death count of 63, 40, and 51. The amount was 80, around 80. Portal, rocket. So we got portal, rocket. That means it was 80. If we sort them by name and remove all of the ones that say death, there was 80 deaths in that. That is a lot of death. Starting from 9:51, 9:50 until 10:06. It took almost 15 minutes. So thank you very much, everybody. Oh, that's not what we want. All on. Distance. Super fast. 80 deaths. Crazy. Alright, let's have a look at what loot crates we have available to us. Alright, legendary speed upgrade and netherite upgrade. Wow. Netherite upgrade multiplies block storage by 32 for functional storage. We got uncommon loot crate. Anything useful? Dark prismarine. A witch's robe. We don't have a witch's robe yet. That's the first witch's robe we've seen. Witch's hat, we've had several of those. Silicon. Inferno grenade. Glacial grenade. Oh, you can just shift right click them. Okay. That's good to know. Some stuff. Plate of shepherd's pie. Scoot. Rare loot crate. Yeah, that's much easier. Advancement rate, don't forget to recycle. Double coral. Radiant grenade. Encampment soda. Super glue. Oh, a trash can. Hey. And then epic loot crates. Got all of those as well. Alright. Okay, so tomorrow's task then, in that case, is we need to use the deep mob learner. We're only up to 4, even after all that, because we died too many times before we could do it. We got 4 zombies for the zombie data model. So we need to go out and find a whole bunch of zombies. Maybe we could do... Oh, jeez. Dee Dee with another 100 bits. Thank you, Dee Dee. How come I have knockback on? I could have sworn I put that thing away. Hang on. Let me check. Oh, no. Another 100 from Dee Dee. Thanks, Dee Dee. Oh, it's rebounding. It's when they hit me. Yeah, it's not me hitting them. It's them hitting me and bouncing off. That's right. Yeah, see? Yeah, so he hit me. I got the cat meow. Oh, I broke the thing again. Things are terrible. These things, they just break instantly. Music disc. Alright, so this is tomorrow's task. We are going to get deep mob learning going with a zombie model, and we're going to use the zombie model to generate the baddest dude that we can. And something has broken here. There you go, it's fixed. And we'll fight against that bad dude. We'll build an arena and we'll fight the dude. We'll probably build the arena maybe over there. So we'll build a nice arena. We'll keep everyone trapped in there with us. Slaughter a bunch of stuff. There's probably no reason for us to do deep mob learning. Can we get flight from deep mob learning? Or maybe get rid of the... That's tomorrow's job. Today's job is now to find a new streamer to... not to follow, to raid. Whom shall we raid today? Shall it be Carpy? The Carpy's up. Yes, let's raid Carpalicious. For it is time. But thank you very much, everyone, for the for everything today. His iTunes is up. What's iTunes doing? He's not playing Minecraft though, is he? He's doing dev stuff. Yeah, he's doing dev stuff. All right. So thank you once again, everyone, for hanging out. Thank you. Hi, Yeet to make a beat. Hi and bye. Thank you for sticking around after the raids today. There were a few of them. Thank you for lurking if all you did was lurk. Thank you for all of the bits and the subs and the gifted subs today. I appreciate it. Is there anything else? I don't think there's anything else. But thank you so much, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow around about 4-ish hours earlier than whatever the current time is for you now. Hopefully, I will see you guys then. Until then, thank you once again for hanging out, and we will see you next time. Have an excellent time zone, everyone. Bye now. Bye.